Good evening. I'm Mayor Dean Brookie, and I would like to call this Durango City Council meeting of September 15th, 2020 to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Councilor Bettine.
Here.
Councilor Noseworthy.
Present.
Councilor Youssef.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter.
Present.
And Mayor Brookie.
Thank you so much. With the next item is identification of any actual or perceived conflicts of interest from our councilors with regard to any of the items on our agenda this evening. If you have any conflicts to state, please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll move to the next item of our meeting, which is public participation. And public participation is in our virtual format. Is accommodated by raising your hand. If you're watching us this evening, please use the raise hand function of your computer screen, and or if you're calling in, just push *9, and our moderator will invite you to be a participant in today's City Council meeting, and you will have 3 minutes. It will be timed, and our moderator will also give you a visual signal of approximate time when you're coming to 30 seconds or so that you can wrap up your comments succinctly. So with that, Mitchell, do we have anybody ready for public comment this evening?
Good evening, Mayor. Yes, I do see a couple people raising their hands. I'm going to invite Caroline to speak. Caroline, please unmute yourself. Give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Caroline Kinzer. I live at 40 Oakview Circle, and I wish to speak tonight on behalf of the Neighbors in Need Alliance, or NENA. NENA would like to express its appreciation, first of all, to the City Council and the City Planning staff for their prompt attention and continued consideration of a managed community to provide a safe place to sleep for the unhoused. First, we would like the City Council and the public to know that our plans that we presented at the September 1st Council meeting for the Elkview community are completely portable and would work at Elkview or at a different location. We are open to adjusting our plans and moving ahead with a different site if there is a better option. However, to be able to provide shelter before winter this year and access available funding, NENA urgently seeks direction from the City Council and support from staff and the Planning Department to work through the process as soon as possible. NENA also believes strongly that our community needs a second site to support the range of needs in the unhoused population. If Purple Cliffs closes before this winter, we believe many of the concerns that have been expressed by Alavita and the Crestview neighbors in the past few weeks will become a reality. Purple Cliffs is also portable. All the improvements that we have made through the summer there could be moved to a different location. We do, however, recommend that the camp stay in the current location if at all possible. And we would be pleased and honored to partner with the county in any way that they think we might be helpful. So finally, we very much look forward to working with city staff and officials to help us create our proposed managed community for the unhoused in Durango. All we need is a site. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn, and appreciate it. We'll be getting an update from staff later in the meeting, towards the end of the meeting, so please stay tuned, and thank you very much. Mitchell, can we invite somebody else in for public comment?
Yes, the next person I see that has their hand raised is Gerald and Linda. Gerald and Linda, it is your turn to speak. Please unmute yourself, give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Linda Harris, and I live at 235 Rock Point Drive in the Mirador community. Tonight, I'm respectfully asking the council to stop NENA's lease application as soon as possible and to not grant an ordinance for a temporary winter camp. I think it is time for the city and county officials to accept the fact that the vast majority of city residents do not want a homeless camp of any design to be located near its cemetery, the vital downtown, riverside businesses, parks, and family neighborhoods. They don't want a temporary winter camp or a permanent one. The town doesn't need an 18-month trial period to see how this would go. They've already lived it. The overwhelming results of last week's poll and the petition should make this perfectly clear. The citizens of this town deserve to have a safe, peaceful, quiet, and scenic drive to and from the cemetery. This is what was originally planned when the city sold the property in 1955 and repurchased it in 2001. Citizens want to feel safe when visiting the cemetery, especially women alone and the elderly. This town depends on tourism. Already hotels and stores along the river are suffering from having homeless nearby. Their clientele are harassed, bothered, and panhandled. Shoplifting takes place in their stores. Many police calls have been made by these businesses. Tourists who pay extra to have riverside hotel rooms have said they would never return to Durango because of homeless problems. There's a letter from me in the agenda packet for this meeting that tells of the extra burden any homeless camp would have on the police and fire departments, especially Fire District 2, which includes downtown Durango and the cemetery area and has more emergencies than the other 15 districts combined. I think the council may underestimate the gratitude and relief residents of Durango would have knowing that any future homeless camps near Greenmount Cemetery and the downtown business district have been taken off the table. I feel the attitudes toward the unhoused would improve and philanthropy towards Purple Cliffs and any camp located away from the center of town would increase. I, for one, would encourage it. Thank you for listening to me and thank you all for serving this community. My husband would like to say a few words. Can he do it now or would you rather he call in?
It's 3 minutes per person, so we would entertain 3 minutes from
Okay,
Harris.
here he is.
Hello, this is Jerry Harris, 235 Rock Point Drive in Durango. First, since Caroline spoke, I would like to thank her for doing that. We disagree on the one thing about the site location, but there are many things that we do agree on, and I really appreciate her efforts regarding the homeless in our community. First, I'd like to give you an update on the petition titled Rejection of Proposed Homeless Tent Camp near Greenmount Cemetery. As of 5 p.m. This afternoon, there were 802 signers. 385 or 48% were from Durango, and 423 or 53% were from Colorado, which of course includes Durango. As to those signers from outside Colorado, we know that some have vacation homes here or visit family or friends in this area. Others may just be tourists who have visited Durango, but we have no way of knowing that. And I will be sending you a spreadsheet containing these results. Second, my comments and those of Linda are in the agenda packet, so I won't elaborate on them. However, I would like to bring up a question regarding the 1955 Commissioner's Deed regarding the sale of the property from the city of Durango to the Elks Lodge, and the 2001 Warranty Deed regarding the sale of the property from the Elks Lodge back to the city. The 1955 deed states that the buyer, the Elks Lodge, quote, "will use all reasonable effort to beautify the grounds granted herein," unquote. The 2001 deed says that the buyer, the city of Durango, is, quote, "subject to the terms, conditions, provisions, and obligations as contained in the Commissioner's Deed recorded May 20th, 1955, unquote. These terms, conditions, provisions, and obligations include using all reasonable effort to beautify the grounds. So my question to you is this: will the leasing of this property for a homeless camp or any other similar use be in compliance with this legal obligation to beautify the grounds? Thank you, and good luck, especially with your meeting tomorrow with the Board of County Commissioners. I look forward to hearing the results of that, as I'm sure we all do. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Harris, and we will anticipate a response in our further deliberations, not this evening, but as we move forward on this project to answer those questions regarding your lease arrangements. Thank you. Mitchell, any other invitees?
Yes. The next person on the list is Ashley. Ashley, I invite you to unmute yourself. Give us your name and address for the record. And once you do, you have 3 minutes.
Mute. Hello, can you hear me?
Got you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I would like to talk about our International Day of Peace we're going to be holding here in Durango, Buckley Park, on Sunday. We wanted to do this in cooperation with the United Nations 20th anniversary of the event. And we wanted to invite artists, musicians, poets, activists, and families to come together and create the community in a peaceful way. And we wanted to have interactive art exhibits, and we also want to be sure everyone feels safe and enact social distancing recommendations. And so we'll be having the event this Sunday from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. And we'd like to have the mayor read the proclamation of the International Day of Peace here in Durango, and in observance with everyone around the globe, ring a bell or toot the horn of the train if it works out, and then observe a moment of silence to help our intention of peace with inner peace. It starts, and then that can grow out into global peace as well.
Thank you, Ashley, and I will be reading a proclamation. Did you have a location for that event, 12 to 6 on Sunday?
Yes, so that'll be Buckley Park from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. So we'd invite you to come and join us if you'd like. Would love to see you there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mitchell.
Yeah, the next person that has raised their hand is a call-in number, number ending in 2752. You are invited to speak now, and I believe to unmute yourself on the phone, press *6.
Good evening, Mitchell. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you loud and clear. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Sweetie Marbury. I live at 2256 West 2nd Avenue. I'm calling in tonight, and I have several issues. The first one is the lease on the docket tonight. I didn't see any snow removal clauses, nor did I see any parking, which concerns me because at Purple Cliffs, I see cars and I see SUVs. So I would like to question the lease that you will be discussing later. I am against a temporary winter site at the Elks property. In 2001, I testified along with standing room only people at City Council meeting, objecting to any development of the cemetery. I read the documents last week, the VOA, Housing Solutions, the LPEA, the cemetery staff themselves all had concerns about safety, crash, and theft happening at the Elks property when there was camping at the tech center, as well as when the City Council had a temporary site during the 416 fire. The Crestview and the Westside neighborhood has been inundated with problems resulting from the homeless. I'm compassionate about Nina, and I think there should be a different site. The cemetery is an inappropriate use. It was supposed to be a place of peace and tranquil entrance to the cemetery. No development up there. During the 416 fire, it was only a temporary site. When you look at a lease for 18 months, that's not temporary. My concerns are about no winter camping. And also, I would encourage you to stand up for the city of Durango. I read where the county commissioners want to force the city council into some type of decision. And I find that really inappropriate. The Purple Cliffs has worked. it may not be the most ideal site, but I also I believe there is the Hilltop House as well as the Denier Center in play. So I'd encourage you to look at other settings for the homeless population. Surely we can respect the wishes of those 800 people that have signed petitions, as well as the people of Durango that testified in 2001 about keeping the cemetery a peaceful and tranquil site for our families and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marbury. Mitchell, do we have another call-in or another participant?
I am not seeing anybody else with their hand raised. I would say that we would give one last call. If you are here for public participation, please raise your hand. Mayor, I am not seeing anybody else.
Very good. Thank you so much. And with that, we'll enter the next agenda item, which is...
Mayor, sorry, 2 people just raised their hands. Do you want to allow them?
Certainly. Thank you.
Okay. The first one I see is Richard. Richard, I invite you to speak now. Please unmute yourself. Give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Richard Poisel. I'm one of the residents at the Purple Cliffs community. I have a few speaking points that I wanted to cover while we're on the topic. First, I appreciate your considering the second site up by the cemetery. It is something that I think would be particularly useful for some of the elderly and disabled community members who have difficulty with our current location. Where we're at, we've had one elderly lady who was unhoused, about age 60 with a bad hip. She came up here and was waiting on her housing and had to find a new place to be. So in that, if we hadn't had the community that we have here and the system that we've established so far, we wouldn't have been able to offer her the assistance that we did and to get her into a house. We've seen a few things like that where we've been able to make do with what we have and provide some steps in that direction. But the new community that they're discussing is specifically for people who are seeking housing or are seeking the pursuit of work and employment. I think in that concept, it's going to be super beneficial. The second point that I wanted to bring up that has to do with the Purple Cliffs community is that we don't have a community currently planned that can house the 60 to 70 current residents. 24 people is a great start, and it would be awesome if the city can achieve that in a transitional camp. But quite frankly, right now, if the county commissioners close the location that we're at right now, you're going to have a significant population who are currently unhoused going into the winter months that's going to be unaddressed and will create a problem probably for the business district and the city and other things of that nature, whether intentionally or otherwise, merely by their presence. The only other significant issue that I wanted to bring to the attention of the council is that this year with COVID, we're not going to have the capacity to actively put people into an emergency shelter at the fairgrounds the way we have in past years. And sometimes we get really bad inclement weather here. And I haven't heard anybody in the city or the county so far discuss this issue. And I'd like to see at some future point that we take actions as a community to set some sort of plan in place, be it the use of churches or other community buildings, so that we can disperse an emergency population for that purpose in the event that the weather turns incredibly inclement as it has in some years past. I believe that concludes everything that I had intended to bring forward to the council and the attention of my fellow community members. Thank you for your time.
Richard, thank you so much. Salient comments for sure. Mitchell, do we have another participant?
We do have one other. Timothy, it is your turn to speak. Please unmute yourself. Give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Timothy, you just unmuted yourself. Gotcha.
Hello. Can you see me? Okay. My name's Astro Avila, and I am a resident of, one of the senior residents here at Purple Cliffs. I'm speaking on behalf of Tim Sargent, who kind of stepped out on our medical thing. But to pretty much cover everything right now, the timing. It's the timing to actually move the amount we have now into the proposed sites or even an emergency site offhand and quickly. Yeah, it's man, it's going to be putting a lot of people out. If this had been addressed a lot sooner, there would have been less resistance to it. But frankly, people are coming from all over, out of state, California, Oregon. Every day we see new faces and new people. And these are regular people. They're not the transient sort. They're not the backpackers. They're moms and pops. They're mothers and fathers. They have businesses that got burned out. They're really, the look of loss is beyond what I've seen in some of the diehard homeless here. It's kind of scary when you see someone who has a wife, and child, and everything his whole life, in the back of his truck, because he got burned out of work. His house got burned out. His dreams, everything that he saved, we're not the ones to worry about. We're in a safe spot where if any kind of quarantine was to go on, hey, we're safe. You're safe. Anything that comes in from out of town, not to hinder tourism or anything, but that's what we're looking at. And now they're not just tourists, they're people looking to homestead, people looking to get away from California, people looking to get away from all that. That is a greater issue that we had to address. The issue that we have here is, well, I feel as a resident, it's out of my hands. I feel helpless again. That's not what I intended this year. I'm getting older, and frankly, I don't see myself around too much longer. But this is a good place to go. It's calm, it's peaceful, it's quiet, it's not Hogsback. I'm not making anybody mad, really, that I can tell, but then again, I keep to myself. There are a lot of elderly people that feel the same way. And frankly, I don't feel comfortable intruding on somebody's peace. So if you're putting us in the cemetery, it's like, how would I feel? That's my grave 100 yards from this melee or the distrust that you have. And I was there in the first camp. But yeah, I saw firsthand what that kind of environment does to people at that level of society. So I seen so you're going to give us more land there. We're still overcrowding again. More people are coming and more people are coming. I mean, how can you fend that off? It's like a tidal wave. It's slowly. First the trickles in, first the ebb and flow, and then the deluge. Yeah, we got something coming, and it's a lot bigger than what we think. Thank you for everything, and thank you everyone for Nina and everyone else in the county. Thank you Durango for allowing us to even be here, in this location.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you.
I appreciate it so much, and thanks for joining us tonight. Great comments. One more.
We do have one more person that has raised their hand.
Excellent.
Shannon, I have invited you to speak. If you can please unmute yourself, give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Shannon. I don't want to give my address in a public forum. I was a member of the PATH committee, wherein some of the members of that PATH committee are current NINA members. Those members of NINA, I as a member of the committee was there to represent the Crestview and surrounding communities because we had already been adversely affected by the camp that was in the Overend Park. I feel that having a camp at the Greenmont Cemetery will again adversely affect our neighborhood. I know people who own businesses in Bodo, and they've been adversely affected. Car break-ins, business break-ins. And it's kind of frustrating that Nina is proposing this after I and other members of the community continually said we don't want this in our neighborhood. We and the neighbors are not opposed. I was one of the members who signed the petition. I think there's 500, 600, 700 signatures opposing this site. Nina actually created the need for this emergency ordinance because of their lack of planning and their lack of communication with the city and the county. All of a sudden, we're in an emergency situation because during our last meeting, the county was taken aback by the fact that Purple Cliffs was supposed to stay open, and now they're looking to quickly shut it down, which I don't think they should do as an outgoing commission. I think the Pepsi Center site should continue to be reviewed. The city of Durango bought the land at the Greenmont Cemetery as a view shed. There's a covenant in the deed that says that the city will continue to beautify the area, and having a homeless camp is not in line with that covenant in that deed of beautifying that area. There are challenges. I know that there's an HOA for the Pepsi Center, but there were amendments to that covenant for Denier. So the covenants can be amended for Denier to be a homeless center. Now, it's my understanding that the county wants to make it a halfway house. My guess, I don't know why, but my guess would be because that brings in lots more revenue than a homeless shelter. I don't think we want to encourage outdoor living. We see what's going on in California and in Washington and Oregon, and we don't want to encourage outdoor living, and we don't want to encourage people to move here and live outdoors. I can't camp in Greenmount Cemetery, and neither should anyone else. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Mitchell, do we have any other folks that would like to speak tonight?
I do not see anybody in the list that has raised their hand. I would say that this is last call for public participation. If you are here to speak to that agenda item, please raise your hand.
We're not used to having last call at City Council, but with new nomenclature, so thank you for that.
No one has raised their hand, Mayor.
Excellent. With that, we'll move on to our proclamations. Our first proclamation of the evening is for Constitution Week 2020. Whereas September 17th, 2020 marks the 233rd anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention, and whereas it is fitting and proper to officially recognize this magnificent document and the anniversary of its creation, and whereas it is fitting and proper to officially recognize the patriotic celebration which will commemorate the occasion, and whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America, designating September 17th through September 23rd as Constitution Week. Now, therefore, I, Dean Brookie, Mayor of the City of Durango, Colorado, do proclaim September 17th through the 23rd of 2020 as Constitution Week, and ask our citizens to reaffirm the ideals that the framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, and remembering that lost rights may never be regained. Signed, Mayor Dean Brookie. Thank you very much. And do I understand we have a recipient of the proclamation, Ms. Janine Dobbins?
Yes, Mayor Brookie, thank you very much. Constitution Week is the commemoration of America's most important document. It is celebrated annually during the week of September the 17th through the 23rd to mark the date on which the Constitution was signed in convention, which was September the 17th, 1787. This celebration of the Constitution was begun by the Daughters of the American Revolution in 1955, when we petitioned Congress to set aside September the 17th through the 23rd annually to be dedicated to the observance of Constitution Week. The resolution was adopted by the Congress and signed into public law on August the 2nd, 1956 by President Eisenhower. The members of the Sarah Platt Decker chapter NSDAR greatly appreciate the recognition given by the Durango City Council to this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine, and thanks for participating. And if we were in council chambers, I would gladly hand you the signed proclamation, but I understand we'll make that transfer here some way shortly. So
Thank you, sir.
forward to it, and thank you for participating. I have another proclamation, which is for the Durango International Day of Peace. Whereas Durango, Colorado celebrates in solidarity with the United Nations and its 20th anniversary of the International Day of Peace on September 21st, 2020. And whereas we as citizens and community members of the city of Durango believe in diversity, inclusion, and the right to live in peace, respect, acceptance, and honor of others in all matters civic, personal, and communal. And whereas all citizens and the community members of the city of Durango, regardless of age, race, gender, sexual orientation, religious affiliation, and political agendas, live in peaceful coexistence and harmonious relationships. And whereas all sentient beings are sacred and have natural birthright and obligation to care for and be honored with safe and peaceful environment and community. And whereas on Monday, September 21st, on the official International Day of Peace at 9:45 a.m. in front of City Hall, be ready to ring a bell, hit a gong, hit a drum, or sing a song in alignment and solidarity with the Eastern Standard Time noon ringing of the United Nations Peace Bell, which will be followed by a minute of silence in observance of the 2020 International Day of Peace theme of Shaping Peace Together. Global peace begins with inner peace. Now, therefore, I, Dean Brookie, Mayor of the City of Durango, Colorado, do hereby proclaim Monday, September 21st, 2020 as Durango International Day of Peace, and promotes understanding, respect, and compassion in all of its affairs on behalf of the citizens and community members of the City of Durango. Signed, Mayor Dean Brookie. With that, we heard from Ashley Weiss a little earlier. I'm not sure if Ashley's still with us, but we will make sure that this proclamation gets to her, and I will read it on the steps of City Hall and in Buckley Park this Sunday. So do we have Ashley in the wings, or she was able to do a short promo earlier?
Yes, still here. Can you hear me?
You bet, Ashley, you bet.
Thank you so much. And yes, we're really excited to offer this moment for our community to come together and focus our intentions on peace. And hearing Richard talk about some of the homeless camps there, we want, and anybody that is concerned about that, we would also like to help give a platform to maybe come together and find a solution for these inclement weathers that we could face, maybe working together with some of the interfaith community that will be present that day to see if we can coordinate an emergency plan for those that would suffer from that inclement weather. So we really want to have this be a time for community members to come together that are working on projects or facing some struggles that need resources to come together and find solutions. And we just want people to really tap into their ability to create solutions. So doing that also through music and through art, through poetry, and working on projects together collaboratively. So please do take that as an invitation to come to the event, and let's find solutions together.
Thank you very much, Ashley. And I will bring the signed copy of the proclamation on Sunday. And
thank you very much, Dean. And thank you, Durango City Council.
Well, our next item on the agenda for proclamations and presentations is a capital improvement project update, including Rotary Park restrooms and Lake Nighthorse Swim Beach. Do we have a member of staff that wants to bring us up to date on those issues?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Brookie and members of the City Council. It is with pleasure that I introduce to you Lee Petty. He is a city landscape architect for the Parks and Recreation Department, has served as the project manager for both the Rotary Park restrooms and the Lake Nighthorse Swim Beach. As you look at the presentation that Lee is going to provide to you, I want you to keep in mind that Lee actually designed the swim beach for Lake Nighthorse and sited the restrooms at Rotary Park. And so he's very talented, and I think you'll see that through this presentation. And so Lee, I'll turn it over to you.
Welcome, Lee.
Thank you, everyone. Glad to be here, and thank you, counselors, for this opportunity to tell you all about a couple of our projects. Yeah, this is a capital improvement project for Rotary Park, and just an update on that, and as well as Lake Night Horse Swim Beach. Digging in, we have Rotary Park restroom. This project the start date was July 1st and a scheduled completion date of October 16th. We have a project budget for this of $600,000 for this facility. Our goal is to have this as an insulated and heated restroom facility that will serve the public throughout the winter months as well. And then it also involves a redesign of the site and parking area around it. So an additional or just redesign of 31 parking spaces. What you'll see is kind of the design, the site plan here. The original layout, if you recall, was just a sea of asphalt with a restroom that was disconnected from Rotary Park itself. So we've relocated the restroom to where it can better serve Rotary Park as well as the Animas River Trail. So it's moved up to the northeast of the site. The site itself, we have changed, or we're working to change the stormwater drainage to where we're capturing and treating that stormwater before it reaches the river, and then also bring it up to date with the necessary landscape requirements and parking lot trees to better shade this area, as well as just give a little spruce up versus just a sea of asphalt. The current construction status, we are out of the ground. We have finished up the structural walls of the CMU walls, beginning to do some of the site work as far as concrete and curb and gutter is in the process. We hope to have trusses this week and then begin putting in stormwater quality measures or stormwater piping, as well as some more site grading this week. So things are moving along. Utilities have been roughed in, and all the site demo is complete. Our financial status, our total project budget, as mentioned, is $600,000. The project development cost on this project was $22,500. Tim Flanagan did the design services, and we also had civil engineering services as well. Construction cost for this is right at $510,000. We have the general contractor is Energy Solutions. And kind of a breakdown of that 510 is we have $471,000 with the original contract. We had a change order number one of $38,975, and we'll discuss that in the next slide. So our total construction is at $510,000 and some change. Owner performed work and contingency. We have $66,861 still in contingency and owner performed work. Our current charges against that is just $5,000. That's really just for our materials testing for the project. So we have a balance of just shy of $62,000 for owner performed work and contingency left on this project. Change order number one was just shy of $39,000. This was we didn't realize that this site, or I didn't realize when we were designing it, that it actually used to be the city operations facility many years ago. And during construction, after we milled the asphalt, we came across some concrete pads that were underneath the asphalt, one of which was 70 foot by 30 foot with large footings that had to be demolished because it is in the location of where the restroom facility is to be built. In doing so, we encountered an oil tank or reservoir that we had to mitigate or mediate for. And so we had a cleanup process. So there were some additional funds that we had to deal with. It is guessed that this was a hydraulic cylinder that was under the slab for vehicle service, but it's something that we cleaned up to EPA standards and got that removed. The other item that we had to deal with was just water service. We found out that our water service was too small for our new facility and didn't meet city standards. It didn't have a curb stop, so we had to do some additional items to get it back into standard. So that's where some of these unknowns came up, where we had just shy of $39,000 for change order number one. That kind of concludes Rotary Park. Does anybody have any questions concerning Rotary Park.
I do. If you can see me, Dean.
Yeah.
Thank you for this. My main question, it'll be probably the same question around with the Santa Rita, is what accommodations are available for disabled people, particularly getting into the bathrooms? Will there be those buttons that you can push and the door will open automatically?
Currently, we do not have planned any automatic buttons, ADA buttons. The whole facility is ADA accessible, where we'll meet and by law, we need to meet ADA guidelines with turning radiuses and then the accessible stalls. With that, the closers can't have any more than a certain pound pressure on the doors themselves. But that is an element that we could consider introducing, but right now we do not have any automatic buttons planned for.
And I'll just remind us all that as part of our effort to welcome a diverse community and be inclusive, we might want to think about accommodations for people who might not have the strength to open doors and still want to be able to participate in public life and in our amenities.
Yes, ma'am. I will note that, and I'll discuss it with some of our internal guides and see what kind of cost that would do. I think it's at a stage in the process where I don't think it'd be an unreasonable ask to add to the project.
I think I've been told they cost about $2,000. So, but you need to verify that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That would be, yeah. Great, Lee, if you want to take us out to Lake Nighthorse, is that?
Yes, sir. So Lake Nighthorse, the swim beach is a great project that we are all very excited about. A really great amenity for the city of Durango. This start date was April 20th, 2020, and we had a completion actually today, a substantial completion on the project. Our project budget for this was just over $1.5 million. So this project is a really fun project to do with a beach, and it has 1.5 acre swim beach. Everything is ADA accessible. We designed it with an ADA accessible walk to a dock. Sidewalks don't exceed 5%, which is ADA accessible and can actually reach to the beach or the high water mark of the beach. We built a 16 by 24 foot shade shelter and picnic pavilion, and then a multi-use building, which you see pictured in the top left. This facility is going to service both our staff to better monitor with lifeguards, as well as a storage facility in the winter months. We have a loading and unloading area for people wanting to picnic or unload boats. We have some paved parking spaces, ADA picnic areas, 3 paved ADA picnic areas, and then we're still going to introduce some planned picnic tables. Part of this effort, we also planted 41 shade trees and then a bunch of sand to make this feasible. We also built a 200-foot wave attenuation. This is to protect the sand beach, as well as to protect the floating play structure that is scheduled for installation in May. So these are some of our completion photos. The one on the left, you'll see, is looking north towards our shade shelter and the entrance of Lake Nighthorse. We had to terrace the site down to the beach area. And then you see some of the trees in that area. From the photo on the right is looking up and kind of the boulder terraces, kind of the view from the water's edge back towards the parking area and the road. So it's a nice area that feels secluded and whenever you're in it, but still giving some great accessibility and we've seen some great use at this throughout the month of August. The top picture here is the building, as the other side of the multi-use facility. Again, we have many uses for that we're trying to use. We even have a changing room that we have underneath the awning. And then on the left, we have a couple more vault toilets that we installed. The right is another view back to the north. And then the bottom panorama is kind of the entire picture looking from the overflow parking lot or the beach parking back to the west. That line of orange and yellow is the wave attenuation, and just kind of how everything relates as far as public use. The financial status, as far as we have, as I mentioned, 1.5 million on this project. Project development costs of 6,008 this year. We did have some design fees last year, but part of this budget was 6,008 for civil consultation. So construction costs was 1.4 million. Our contractor is JITA Contracting that did the beach area at 1.1 million, and change order was we had a single change order just over 11,000. So our total contract is 1.1 million with JITA Contracting. The wave attenuation was constructed by Inland Potable Services and with original contract amount of 124,990. We had some credits that just brought it down to 124,490. The floating place structure, which was actually delivered yesterday, but again will be installed in May, is 124,600. And so we have owner performed work contingencies at 137,000, and current charges against are 111,000. And then so that leaves us with a balance of 25,817. So again, this project came in under budget and on time as well. City, and just a reminder, all work at Lake Nighthorse is split with the Bureau of Reclamation. So this is a 50-50 split with them. They will reimburse us for 50%. Change order number one, just a quick update on that. That was for 11,460. That was because we had a delay with the Army Corps of Engineers. There had to be some additional consultation with tribes to gain approval to work within the ordinary high of the lake. And so in doing so, we couldn't gather the embankment material that was within the lake water or ordinary high. So we had to create a borrow site to where we borrowed some material and then replaced it once we gained access to that ordinary high. It's kind of an unexpected, or it was a very unexpected deal. We submitted in February and received approval in June, and it typically takes 30 days, not February to June. Any questions about Lake Nighthorse?
Members of council, any questions for Lee? Barbara?
Lee, thank you. First of all, I went out and was swimming out there, and it was just delightful to be out there and to see everybody using it. So I have two questions. One, again, the same question about the change rooms, the bathrooms, making certain that they're accessible, and in that we don't just meet the minimum requirements, but we actually create a facility that welcomes people who may have different physical capabilities. The second question is related to handicap parking up front. I wondered how many spaces there were. And I asked that because one of the days that I was out there, it was almost completely full. And, people had their stickers on there. So I just wondered, again, are we only doing the minimum, and are we making certain that we're being available and accessible for others who, may have some physical issues?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mrs. Noseworthy. Yes, I believe we have 4 ADA parking spots at the beach area. We have an additional, I believe, 5 ADA parking spots at the the boat parking area, and then additional 2 ADA spots for traffic or for truck and trailer. So it's high priority in the design to make everything very accessible to not only our facilities, but also to the water's edge. That's high priority in this design. As far as the restrooms and other elements, as far as push buttons, just wasn't quite feasible in this setting to provide the electricity needed for those type of buttons. But all facilities are ADA accessible, including the restrooms and the changing room. The changing room itself has an accessible turning area and meets those requirements.
Thank you. It's a beautiful area. And I just want to say that our new city manager, Jose, has been out there. He had lunch up there one day when he was interviewing, and Kathy Metz took us up there. It was beautiful, and you've done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add that, especially on the swim beach at Lake Nighthorse, I've received several pieces of email and feedback from residents that are thoroughly enjoying this amenity. So thank you for making it a priority and making it so nice for Durango.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other final comments for Lee? Well, good job, Lee. Thanks so much. And Jose's watching too, and he's got two little guys that are going to be really excited about jumping in that lake and using that swim beach as well. With that, we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is a review of the consent agenda. The consent agenda is intended to be considered by a single motion to consider items that are routine or non-controversial, unless a member of council would like to remove it from the for further discussion. And so with that, maybe we have a reading of the consent agenda, and we'll. I know there's a few items we'd like to remove and have further discussion, but we'll start with the reading.
Certainly. Items 6.1 through 6.6 are approval of minutes. 6.1, the special meeting of July 29th, 2020. 6.2, the special meeting of August 4th, 2020. 6.3, the special meeting of August 21st, 2020. 6.4 is the study session of August 25th, 2020. 6.5, the special meeting of August 27th, 2020. And 6.6 is the special meeting of September 4th, 2020. Items 6.7 through 6.14 are discussion and possible action items concerning resolutions. 6.7 concerns Resolution R 2020-27, authorizing additional appropriation to the general fund for the LSTA CARES Act grant through the Colorado State Library in excess of the amount budgeted in the 2020 budget. 6.8 concerns Resolution R 2020-28, authorizing additional appropriation to the general fund for the Finance Department in excess of the amount budgeted in the 2020 budget. 6.9 concerns Resolution R 2020-29, authorizing additional appropriation to the general fund for the URA Housing Strategy DOLA grant in excess of the amount budgeted in the 2020 budget. 6.10 concerns Resolution R 2020-30, authorizing additional appropriation to the general fund for the Internet Crimes Against Children grant in excess of the amount budgeted in the 2020 budget. 6.11 concerns Resolution R 2020-31, authorizing additional appropriation with the Transportation Service Fund for the purpose of undertaking Phase 2 of the parking meter replacement project. 6.12 concerns Resolution R 2020-32, adopting the City Council goals for 2020 through 2021. Item 6.13 concerns Resolution R 2020-33, authorizing additional appropriation in the Water Fund for the water main replacement at 31 Parker, which is project number 1122. Item 6.14 concerns Resolution R 2020-34, authorizing a supplemental appropriation and project from the general fund to use reserve funds. And item 6.15 is a request for public hearing on the Cummings annexation initial zoning and conceptual plan with a proposed date of October 6th, 2020.
Thank you, Amy. And so with that, would any counselors like to remove an item from the consent agenda? Kim?
Thank you, Dean. I'd like to remove items 6.1 and 6.14.
6.1 and 6.
Oh, sorry, 6.11. Sorry, 6.11. 6.14.
Very good. Barbara.
I'd like to remove item 6.8.
And that's it. Okay. Any other counselors like to remove an item from the consent agenda? Okay. With that, I would like to entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda, accepting 6.1, 6.8, and 6.11.
Actually, it's 6.8, 611, and 614. That was my misspeak, sorry.
Okay, so it is 614.
Yeah, so with 6.8, 611, 614 removed, I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Been moved?
I'll second.
It's been seconded. Maybe we have a roll call, please.
Counselor Bettine,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Noseworthy,
Yes.
Counselor Youssef,
Yes.
Mayor Brookie.
Yes, thank you so much. With that, may we talk about 6.1? If that was Kim, please state the question and we'll get it answered for you. Thank you.
Actually, it wasn't 6.1, it was 6.8 first.
Okay.
I have 611 and 614.
So I have three questions on this item. And Amber, I think you could probably answer all of them. Do you want me just to raise each question and then you can address them, or do you want to go one by one?
Let's go either, however you prefer. One by one is fine.
Okay, we'll do that. So on the first item on the paragraph, the $120,000, is that an additional cost just to do the CAFR? And if so, how would that compare with having done previous CAFRs, the cost to do that?
Thank you. That is a great question, Councilor Noseworthy. And thank you for asking that. I think it's important to clarify that for the public. So we have hired the Adams Group under contracted services. They're the third-party CPA firm that are assisting the finance department with preparing our 2019 financials. This is a massive undertaking. As you know, we are very short-staffed in our finance department right now. So this third-party accounting firm is helping with preparation of the 2019 financials. That is the vast majority of that $120,000. In addition to that, they will be preparing the CAFR. In the past, it hasn't been remotely close to this, and it is my understanding that our finance director was using a software to prepare the CAFR, and then that would be checked. So this is a new item, and the Adams Group, as we've seen and they've reported out, are doing a great job and lending a nice hand to our finance department to prepare those financials.
Thank you. So we can not expect to see that same kind of cost next year.
Correct.
Okay, then on the third paragraph, the request for the forensic audit to look into the water and sewer capital improvement projects from 2017 to 2019. That's an additional scope of work. I thought the water and sewer funds were going to pay for that rather than the general fund. Can you clarify that?
The water and sewer funds will be paying for those additional items. And I believe that that is an error in this, unless Devin had intended to do a transfer, but that would need to be clear to the council. So if it would be all right with the council, if we can do $15,000 in an amendment to this motion, $15,000 from the water fund and $15,000 from the sewer fund, with this special appropriation, which we will then reduce the amount from the general fund to be $50,000 for the rest of the forensic audit.
Thank you. That makes sense. And then my last question is on this cost allocation plan. And I know that, this is looking at going forward with the study. And my biggest concern is that we charge appropriately to the enterprise funds. Just like right now, I wanted to make certain the enterprise fund paid for what might be additional services. I also want to make certain, though, that we're not overcharging the enterprise fund or funds for services as well. So when we had the former city manager and the former finance director, I actually asked, well, how do you actually verify that the hours that these funds are paying in are appropriate? They've been used that way. And it was a pretty vague answer. So I'd like to know, I understand the need for this, but I'd like to know how we're going to address the accounting of these services. I think they're customer service positions, and ensure that each fund is actually paying for what it uses.
Correct. So that is the purpose of the cost allocation plan. I cannot speak for the previous finance director or the previous city manager. And after discussions with our acting finance director, we felt that it was critical, as we mentioned in the council retreat, for the city to undergo a cost allocation plan to ensure that we are charging appropriately and we are not overcharging or undercharging enterprise funds, or the general fund for that matter. Please note that the cost allocation plan is for the entire organization. It is not only for enterprise funds. So this plan will be implemented. Devin, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it will be implemented in the 2021 budget. And so that we can ensure that moving forward, we are charging or allocating costs appropriately.
Thank you. I'll look forward to having a better understanding once you guys have dug into this as to how we'll be ensuring that we charge appropriately. Would be great. Thank you. I am happy to support Dean when it's appropriate. I'm happy to support a movement of this with the amendment that the water fund will be charged 15 and sewer would be charged 15,000 for the that portion of the forensic audit that falls out of the general scope for what all we're doing for all of the departments.
Excellent.
Second that motion.
Yeah, we do have, perhaps if I heard a motion, I'm not sure that was able to be documented by Amy exactly in that format, but we might need some clarification on that. But at first I would want to ask Devin if that was the intent of that allocation, or if you had anticipated having the general fund pay for it and then reimburse the general fund from the water and sewer funds, or if the strategy that Amber has stated tonight is appropriate for your purposes.
The strategy that Amber articulated is the most appropriate way to handle that.
Excellent, excellent. Well, if the motion was identified, which in rough terms makes the sewer and water funds both responsible for that portion of the audit, then it's been moved and seconded. May we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter?
Yes.
Councilor Noseworthy?
Yes.
Councilor Bettine?
Yes.
Councilor Youssef?
Yes.
And Mayor Brookie?
Next item that was removed, and I might need a reminder in which order we're in here. So 6.11. If we could report on that.
Thank you. So 6.11 concerns the parking meter replacement project. And I had a question about one of the statements made under fiscal impact is that because of the increased functionality and popularity of credit card meters, it's anticipated that the overall meter revenue on these new meters will increase, partially offsetting the increased service fee costs. And the increased service fee costs looked like it was about $30K per year, or plus or minus. So I was hoping that we were going to be tracking this so that we could actually see if the replacement of these meters is helping to pay for itself, rather than just assuming that it does.
Good evening.
So I'm going to defer this to Kevin.
Good evening, councilors. Kevin Hall, Assistant City Manager. Councilor Baxter, to your question, we do track the information. Some of it's based on projection in terms of what we will be installing in the future. I did have the parking manager run some numbers for me prior to putting together this agenda doc. I wasn't particularly comfortable with the assumptions that were in there. The budget that we are currently preparing and submitting for the city manager's review and consideration that will come to council will have all the revenue projections and expenditures associated with the meters in there. I do not have that information in front of me tonight. What we have seen historically, though, is when we go to a credit card meter, it does in fact increase the revenue. What typically happens is rather than plugging a quarter for 15 minutes or $1 for 15 minutes, the credit card gets put in for an extended period of time, and there's time that it essentially, how to explain it? It essentially, people tend to put more time on the meter than when they're plugging coins. So what you will find when you look at the budget this fall is, and I find this fairly interesting myself, and I think Amber can certainly backstop some of this information. It's expensive to run these meters, and there is significant cost. But going to a credit card meter is what the downtown businesses have asked for. They seem to work better, and the community likes them better. I just don't have the exact numbers for you tonight as to what the delta will be, but we can certainly provide that information as part of the budget or as a supplemental follow-up to you.
Thank you, Kevin. My request was actually aimed at the reality of it, not the assumed budget projections. So it might be something that we pay attention to in the future as we're tracking our budget numbers to actual and next year.
Well, and we do, and I will make sure the council receives that information.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So if no one else has a question, I would move that we approve item 6.11 of the consent agenda.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any further conversation regarding this item? I might note that we do have, we have historically had really great statistics on the revenues generated from meters and from the onset of the computerized credit card meters. It's been we've encountered increased revenue. So with that, I'd ask for a roll call, please.
Councilor Noseworthy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter?
Yes.
Councilor Bettine?
Yes.
Councilor Youssef?
Yes.
Mayor Brookie?
Yes. And with that, the last one I have is 6.14. Am I correct in that item?
Yes, thank you, Dean. So this is 6.14, and it has to do with a supplemental appropriation and project from the general fund to use reserve funds for cameras for installation, Durango Main Avenue camera installation. And I was wondering, because it says it will enhance cost saving and reduce criminal activity. I was wondering how it will enhance cost saving and reducing criminal activity. And then I was also a little concerned about the cost. This doesn't show any cost for monitoring or operating the system. And then the other aspect that I'm sure our community will be interested in is, how do they know they're not under constant government surveillance, or how do they feel about being under government surveillance? And have we asked any of the downtown businesses or people who frequent our downtown what their experience of that might be?
I also have questions on that one, Mayor. As someone who lives downtown, I'm not aware of any outreach to those of us who live in this mixed-use community. And how would people who live here in a neighborhood feel about walking out of their homes and being under surveillance? So I think the question of what outreach has taken place prior to this decision, I'd also like to raise.
Excellent.
Okay, well, good evening, Mayor and councilors. I'm Bob Brammer. I'm the Chief of Police for the City of Durango, and I'm more than welcome those questions, and hopefully I'll be able to answer those. So the overview and the theory behind the Central Business District camera deployment is essentially crime prevention. That is the overall purpose of that. Cameras are a deterrent to criminals and criminal activities. Cameras increase the perception of safety by law-abiding citizens. Cameras enhance the efficiency of police work and also act as an early warning system for us. Cameras can be provided for greater situational awareness to determine proper and more efficient resource deployment for safer response protocols as we work large-scale events or unforeseen disasters. The video footage helps with investigations and identifies perpetrators and witnesses. It also aids in the prosecution and transparency of governmental operations. Many of these are our council goals that were set over the last couple of years with specifics to council goal number 2, 3, 4, and 5. We deployed this system as a test platform at Snowdown 2020, as many of you are aware of that, because that was when we initially had briefed council of that anticipated deployment of this system at that time. It was based off of previous debriefings of special events that we've had for multiple years and deficiencies that we've seen and with the inability to monitor those events effectively just through people on the ground. And our command posts and incident command posts were not able to make rational decisions in real time based off of relayed information that was just specifically given to us over the air or via cell phones during those times. So again, we started looking at technology to be able to enhance our capabilities. As council knows, the city of Durango hosts over 100 different events on any typical year. This is not a typical year, but hopefully we'll be able to get back to that. And many of those events are very large scale, and there are significant safety concerns that come along with those. We hope that the camera system is a proactive measure in order to enhance the ability for our visitors and our citizens and our businesses to feel more at ease while they're enjoying those special events downtown in the central business district. And it could be a passive way for us to monitor that. So a little bit more specifically to Mayor Pro Tem Baxter's questions as far as cost savings go. Any of these special events, most of them are contracted to us, and we have different corporations or different entities that spend money to or provide us money to provide security for these events. We also have many unsanctioned events or events that aren't supplemented through different committees through downtown. Any one of those can cost several $1,000s. So such as Snowdown, Taste of Durango, Brewfest, each one of those events costs contracted services between $300 and $5,500 per event. And usually there's after effects for each one of those events as well that cost the city directly out of our overtime funds because we have to provide additional staffing of $1,000 to $2,000 in overtime to ensure the safety of our community as well. And like I said, there's a lot of unsanctioned events that include the Zombie March, July 4th, New Year's, St. Patrick's Day, and others that again are not supplemented through other organizations, which strictly are paid out of PD budgets, and those cost thousands of dollars each time we do those. And each time we do one of these events, we have to plan those as a security aspect, and we have to saturate those areas currently. So we have officers, and it's pretty much all hands on deck because we do have limited human capital at the Durango Police Department. And so we have to get pretty much everybody involved into these areas, and we just supplement it by just saturating, like I said, the different areas. With the ability to have a camera system mounted downtown, we're going to be able to basically have rapid deployment teams staged at different locations. And in real time, the commanders are going to be able to make real-time decisions and be able to deploy those resources with the needed equipment and or supplies or additional resources as needed to ensure that nothing gets out of control or that we can have a faster response time to be able to help people out. Additional cost savings that we're looking at is these cameras are down there and they're going to be there 24/7. In order for us to put an officer down there 24/7 at each one of these locations is essentially 4.2 police officers per camera. So at a cost savings of about $121,000 per officer, I see the cameras being essential to be able to help that out. Because the project that we're looking at currently is 3 cameras, so that would be essentially 12.6 FTEs across the board. And if we do the math on that, we're talking about $1.5 million. It's unrealistic that we're going to have 3 officers stationed at any point throughout the central business district 24/7, but that is part of the cost savings we're looking at. Are there any questions to that point, or can I move along to the reduced criminal activity aspect?
So I just have a question though. So you don't currently have officers out there 24/7?
No, and that was the point, that just making the relationship to that is if we have those cameras down there, then that could equate to that.
Yeah, but it's not really a cost savings because you're not reducing your cost by putting the cameras up. That's just my question about that. So thank you.
Okay, and I can see your point on that one now, Councilor. Thank you. And to move along to crime reduction. So I looked at a study from 2011 that was put on by the U.S. Department of Justice. It was a very encompassing study, and it looked at Baltimore and Chicago. Both of these agencies deployed major camera deployments throughout their cities. In each one of those cases, Baltimore saw a 35% crime reduction in those areas, and Chicago saw a 20% decrease in those areas where cameras are deployed. And a lot of that was either the apprehension portion of it, or what the criminals knew is that was being recorded, and they didn't want to be in those locations to be able to commit crime because the potentiality of them being caught was going to be higher. And the overall findings by the Department of Justice was a potential useful tool for preventing crime and aiding in arrests and supporting investigations and prosecutions. Currently, right now, I ran the 5-year numbers from 2016 to 2020 in the Central Business District. Over the last couple of years, from 2016 to 2019, we did see a steady decrease in overall Part 1 crimes. However, in 2020, we've seen a significant uptake in crime, not only in the Central Business District, but across the city itself. So we're thinking that the 2020 numbers are going to surpass both 2017 and 2016. So it's another reason to have this camera system downtown. There's there's some other issues going on downtown. We feel it's a significant area to have these systems set up. Currently, right now, there's a lot of social unrest, and that's why we're asking for this. It's a supplemental appropriation is what we're looking for the special request. And I appreciate you guys considering this. But the reason we're doing it now is we looked at this project, as I mentioned before, and tested it after the snow down in 2020, and we saw great success with that. There was a newspaper article that was run by the Herald. We read those Facebook comments. There was also some that was on our Facebook page itself. And that was the public interactions we had, and that's what we measured off of. A majority of what we've heard and through conversations that we've had with majority business owners downtown, they are in favor of this project. Majority of the business owners downtown currently have their own security systems. Also, there's other areas within the city, to include the wastewater treatment plant, the recreation center, the transit center, and the library, that all have systems as well. That hopefully we'll be able to, it's the same type of system that we're looking at, so we'll be able to enhance those capabilities throughout the city. And we're also looking at this now because in 2020, COVID hit us, and there's some huge financial impacts that are on that end of it. With that, we didn't want to move forth with the 21 CIP project because of all the other events that started occurring at the end of May and part of June with social unrest across this country. Halloween's going to be on a Friday night this year. It's just a couple days before the election. We know, and we're seeing this in our intel networks, are providing us with a great amount of detail that late October and early November, depending on what those election results are going to be, is going to be extremely tremendous across this country. We want to be prepared for that. We want to be able to provide a level of safety and sanctity for our downtown district to make great decisions so we can deploy, again, the limited resources that we have effectively to preserve our property and preserve peace and hopefully the sanctity of life if it ever gets that way downtown. So that's the reason for this special request right now, and that's why we didn't move into the next budget cycle to look at that.
So
yes, Councilor Noseworthy.
There were two additional questions that I had also asked, what's the ongoing cost to monitor and operate the system? Because obviously I'm guessing that the camera is not going to warn you because it won't know what's going on. Someone's going to have to be monitoring that 24/7 to be effective.
Actually, yes. And so that's why I have Commander Shoup on board here with me as well, because he's going to be the technical director of this. But the overall general purpose of this is the cameras will be passively recording when they're not used. We only plan on actively monitoring this camera system when we have a special event going on at any given time. So we're going to have officers and commanders in the command post, and we'll be visually monitoring that. So it's just going to be just a reallocation of people that we currently would have deployed elsewhere anyways. The system itself, it has great analytic capabilities, and that's the greatest part of the system itself. It will, if we program it, and we can put it into certain situations where if there's a street corner that is problematic, if there's a wall that is continually getting hit by graffiti, we can actually program this camera to see a change in that environment, and we don't have to monitor it, and it'll actually send a notification to any internet-based device, to include our department issued cell phones. So then at that point, our shift sergeants can receive that notification, log into the system, be able to review that, and then you can deploy his resources there quickly, and hopefully you'll be able to apprehend somebody that's committing a crime. We can use this system to, if we have a problem with vagrancy downtown in particular areas with panhandlings on certain corners, it can pick up on that type of system if we program it correctly. And Commander Shoup can, give us a little bit more technical data to that if those questions are going to go. But the system itself is not going to be actively monitored 24/7, so there's not going to be an additional cost of an officer that's going to be sitting behind a computer terminal, and that's his sole job. They're going to be out there patrolling the neighborhoods, they're going to be patrolling our business districts, and this is just going to be passively working to enhance our abilities to hopefully prevent crime or apprehend criminals.
Thank you, Bob. And I see Kim has one more question, and before Ray, and then we'll let Ray answer this one, and then Kim has one, and Barbara Noseworthy is in the wings for another question. So don't leave us quite yet. Ray?
Yeah, thank you, councilors, for letting me talk tonight. I'm Commander Ray Shoup with the Durango Police Department. As far as the technical capabilities, like the chief was saying, most of what we're going to be doing is passively monitoring this. So we're not going to have somebody actively monitoring this system 24/7. We will monitor it while we're doing special events, and we saw great success when we did that with Snowdown. We were able to actually address some problem floats and some folks that were doing some things that weren't sanctioned down there at the event, and we were able to put resources there right away. So it helped us to deploy resources more effectively and more efficiently. But one of the things that's great about this system is that it does have the ability to make notifications via cell phone. So if we have like the chief was saying, a problem area, maybe we've got loitering or something else going on in a particular corner, it will alert us of that type of thing so that we can get officers down there to address things. It also has the ability to do analytical types of studies for like mask wearing. You know, we can, I know there's been a couple of counselors that have asked, you know, what is our compliance rate with the mask ordinance? And we really don't know, but this has the ability to tell us what our compliance rate is downtown. How, you know, what's the percentage of people that have masks and don't have masks? The analytics on this are very robust as far as being able to track things and look at specific things like clothing and stuff like that. One of the things that we have at every event that we have is lost kids and parents separated from children. And so we do a lot of time trying to find parents and find kids. And this has the ability to help us do that very quickly, and actually does pinpoint where persons actually go and move throughout the video frames. So it's a very robust system that way.
Thank you. Kim, did you have one more question? And then we'll move on to Councilor Noseworthy.
No, but I did want to make a comment. Thank you very, very much for your thorough response to my questions. I appreciate it.
All right. Noseworthy.
So I have questions on Chief Bramer, what you just said, and then I still want to get to the assurance, the same question that Councilor Baxter had about surveillance and about outreach to homeowners or residents rather than just businesses. So if I heard you correctly, you could conceivably be coming back with requests to install cameras throughout Durango. So it could be the Crestview neighborhood that is next going to have a surveillance system, or it could be the Animas River Trail, or it could be any neighborhood that's subject to crime. Is that what I heard correctly? That you talked about physical spaces such as the rec center and the library, but there's also neighborhoods that, as we heard from Crestview, they had high incidences of crime. So that's one question. Is that your plan?
It was not necessarily my plan. This does have the capabilities to broaden that network out depending on what the request is from the community itself. The main aspect of what we're looking at right now is the safety of the central business district, because that's where we have a lot of problems. And that's where it's the most densest population at any given time. And you know, there's a lot of things that are going on in this world that have changed. Now, yes, it does have the capability of doing that. And those would just have to be future conversations that neighborhoods would have to have. You know, in regards to if that's a need that they want. We do have crime across the city, and, you know, and if that is something that neighbors need and we want, and we have the ability to do it and the financial ability to enhance those systems, I think it's possible.
So my second, thank you. And my second, and I'll come back to the neighbors wanting something, okay, and this neighborhood not being any different than I would hope other neighborhoods with regard to that seeking neighborhood input. The second issue is I appreciate your concerns about Halloween and the election, but rather than just necessarily pushing this through without necessarily all the involvement of the community that lives here, could you not use your existing staff to be deployed in areas where you anticipate or you have concerns during those time limited periods that are coming up?
I don't think so. And we're seeing that limited capability right now as we're dealing with many of the vigils and the other demonstrations that are going on across the city. As y'all know, we have 6 vacancies currently. We have 4 people in the academy. That's 10. We have a couple people on FMLA. Fortunately, we're getting ready to graduate a couple people from FTO. They're going to be out on the street. But even with that, we're still probably at 30% down on our patrol staffings. And what we're finding out through a lot of these incidents is we do have a commander on the ground that is actively monitoring those events. But we have the actual decision maker in our incident command post. And when he's up there, he's not able to have great situational awareness as he's only receiving a couple videos that are being sent either via cell phone or text message to them, and they're relaying that information via radio or the cell phone. So to be able to monitor that exteriorly is going to be great. If these crowds continue to get bigger, there's not enough resources in the county, if we call on the state patrol and the sheriff's office, to really do much to prevent any type of situation from occurring. So what we want to be able to do is have that great overview situational awareness where we're able to see, and then we have a team that's not going to be spread out across the entire area that's being affected, and we're going to be able to deploy those resources specifically right to the problem area and hopefully be able to mitigate that, one, to preserve life, but two, to protect property if that's ends up the way it's going to be.
So does that mean that you plan to install surveillance cameras in Buckley Park as well and other public gathering places?
No, not at this time. We don't have the capability of doing that. So we're looking at 3 locations on Main Avenue. They're going to be hardwired in to specific locations. And I believe the areas that we have located currently right now is going to be College and Main, 9th and Main, and 11th and Main is what my understanding is.
So if I appreciate that. And I live right where you're proposing a surveillance camera, as do my neighbors. So I'd like to get to the issue of surveillance. And how will I and my neighbors know that our privacy rights are protected?
Okay. Well, these cameras are going to be there. They're going to be passively monitoring, the zone that they're programmed to focus in onto. We're not going to be actively monitoring those systems. If we have an incident that occurs there during that passive monitoring of that particular area, we will have the ability to go back to that point in time and be able to pull the video footage. We'll be able to take a look at, hopefully be able to identify who the suspect is, what the crime was, and hopefully be able to provide prosecution based off of that. We lose a lot of evidence downtown currently because there's situations of violent assaults. We've had shootings downtown. We've had 6 stolen cars just this year downtown, and to include 80 thefts. And a lot of these are bicycles and other areas that are down there. And we don't have the capability to try to catch these people that are doing these crimes. With this system in place, that is the intent of it. One of the council goals is governmental transparency. We're not going to be monitoring these again unless we feel that there's a crime involved to that. And with anything else that the Durango Police Department's currently doing, we try to be an open book. If you want to come down, you want to take a look at the video that we're showing, that we'll hopefully we'll be recording at some point, and what it's being used for, it's going to be available.
Thank you. And my last question is, I know you're trying to rush this, and I'm trying to ensure community engagement and process. And so I'd like to hear what you may have done so far to reach out to the people who live in these areas, particularly the areas you're targeting, because there are a number of residents there. So those neighbors, and then ensuring that their privacy, any conversations, ensuring that their privacy is protected.
I think this evening is the first step to that. So we can start a campaign and we can start making those notifications based off of what council's decision is this evening. And we can start that out now.
So it might even involve a public hearing, or at least notifying people, residents along Main Avenue, that this is going to take place.
Absolutely.
Or its proposal to take place.
Yes.
I appreciate that very much, because I think it's a balance, right? I understand your concern with privacy, but when I chatted with my neighbors, they were like, what? So as a representing constituents in this area, I think it would go a long way to inform them in advance of any effort rather than after the fact.
Okay, and another aspect to the two, Counselor, is, with Senate Bill 217 passing, we're required for any law enforcement function to have video and body cameras. This is an extension of that. It's kind of is broadening the scope, but this also does that. This provides us the capabilities, and it also gives our community greater oversight if they are concerned about what police functions are downtown. During several of these events that we've been participatory in over the last couple of weeks, we've had incidents, and they don't rise to a great occasion where we can deploy an officer to go run down a truck that's having a pedestrian encounter where they're rolling coal or revving their horns or engines or honking their horns at the protesters or the people in the vigils. But if we had this capability, we could follow up on those events and take it. And the people that we talk to now that are filing these complaints, they're like, well, don't you have video? And we're like, no, we're working on it. So I think the expectation from a lot of people is they think we already have this because many, many cities already do. And again, I think it's, 2020, it's a different day and age right now. We're not using this to be like 1984. We're going to get into everybody's business all the time. But it's certainly a way for us to use our limited resources that we currently have at the Durango Police Department to try to make our city safer.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that presentation. And any other questions from council? Or I'd entertain a motion on this topic.
I'll make a motion to approve item 6.14.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Thank you, Kim. May we have a roll call, please?
I'd like to do the discussion if I may, just for a moment.
I'll begin with that. And over the past 5 years, I've done at least 3,000 units of affordable housing, and virtually every one of those projects has been mandated to have on-site security systems. It's not a violation of anybody's rights. It's there to protect the residents. And in every case, whether it's a shooting, whether it's a robbery, whether it's a rape, anything that happens in those housing projects is definitely a leg up to capture and protect the residents of any community. So I fully support this. We're talking about 3 cameras. This is not Big Brother watching. In my mind, this is effective utilization of police resources. And we've heard that we would be reassured that it would not be used in any invasive manner. One question I have for the chief is, does it have audio or is it strictly video?
It's strictly video. So there are systems out there that have, gunshot identification location. They have sniffers out there to pick up different chemical, things that are in the air. But this one is strictly just video.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm pretty passionate about this, and so I'd entertain any other comments.
I appreciate, Chief and Commander, your efforts, and I certainly appreciate the work of all of our law enforcement officials. My deepest concern and why I have real issues with this is that this is a neighborhood and the neighborhood's not been engaged in a decision like this. And regardless of what might happen in income housing or whatever housing, this is a neighborhood. And I doubt that we would go into any other neighborhood such as Crestview or anything and start instilling surveillance cameras. And I would appreciate if in the next, prior to making this decision, if the law enforcement could engage in some neighborhood discussions before the fact rather than after. Thank you so very much.
Any further comment?
I would just like to make the comment, and I don't know that it applies to this particular issue as much, but I wonder, Mayor, if we might even have a discussion at the next study session relative to how to manage the consent agenda. I mean, I think we, as a council, are really creating a habit here where we're an hour into the consent agenda, and even in your preamble, it states that it's for non-controversial issues. And I don't know if that's an issue of putting controversial issues on the agenda for our failure to take them off the agenda and put them on the major agenda, or just to ask the questions in advance, since you have this document for the most part a week ahead of time. But I think it's a misuse of the public's time, of the staff time, and certainly of council time to do this. We've been doing it repetitively. So just wanted to make that comment.
I agree with you, Chris, that I think that there is a problem. I'm not sure what it stems from, but I personally didn't get notified of this particular item until Monday, I believe. So I did send my questions in advance. So I think that there might be a good conversation that we could have about it.
I'm totally open to that conversation and look forward to it. So I think we do need to, well, the number of issues clearly are ample on our agendas. And this one obviously was fairly controversial and could be if we don't handle it appropriately. So I hope that Chief Bramer's and Ray's comments this evening put the public at ease that this is a good and appropriate utilization of surveillance in our community. So with that, may we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter,
Yes.
Councilor Bettine,
Yes.
Councilor Noseworthy,
No.
Councilor Youssef,
Yes.
Mayor Brookie.
Yes. Thank you so much. The next, does that complete all the items that have been pulled from the consent agenda? Okay, thank you for that reassurance, and we'll move on to public hearings. And this portion of the council is agenda is for legislative and policy related hearings. We will first have a staff report, then we will open it for public comment and have our public hearing. I will then close the public hearing. During that public comment time, we will have I will ask our moderator, Mitchell, to allow public comment in the order of 3 minutes. He will have a stopwatch to assist in your wrap up of any comments, and then we will get back to either the staff or the applicant to finalize our conversation before we make a decision. So with that, item 9.1.1 is a public hearing on a proposed ordinance amending Division 1, Article 6 of Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Durango to amend and create procedures regarding the receipt of complaints and other actions on violations related to municipal, sorry, my computer ran off the chart here, municipal campaign finance matters. So with that, do we have a staff report?
Yes. Mayor and city councilors, the purpose of tonight's public hearing is to take testimony and receive evidence on proposed amendments to Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances related to municipal campaign finance matters. The proposed amendments will address process and procedures to receive and act on municipal campaign finance complaints and alleged violations, as well as other violations that come to the attention of the city clerk. On May 29th, 2019, the governor signed Senate Bill 19-232, which amends Colorado Revised Statute 1-45-111-9B, providing that any complaint arising out of municipal campaign finance matters must be exclusively filed with the clerk. The amendment transferred jurisdiction to hear municipal campaign finance issues from the Secretary of State to the municipal clerk. Therefore, staff believes it's prudent that a process be added to the city code to address the method of receiving and acting on complaints related to alleged municipal campaign finance violations. The Secretary of State has recently adopted a definition of municipal campaign finance matter to include any campaign finance matter exclusively related to a municipal campaign, including matters involving a candidate for municipal office, a municipal ballot issue or ballot question, and expenditures made by any person, committee, or group to support or oppose any candidate, ballot issue, or ballot question. The City of Durango currently has code provisions making the provision of the Fair Campaign Practices Act applicable to all municipal elections, except as otherwise amended by the code. The rules set forth in the CFCPA and the Secretary of State's rules on campaign finance generally regulate fundraising by candidates and committees related to candidates, ballot issues, and ballot questions, as well as filing and reporting requirements for candidates and committees. There is no proposal to amend those rules as part of this process. The proposed amendments for consideration are to provide for 1, accepting the complaint, reviewing complaints, 3, providing a process to determine whether a violation has occurred, and 4, allowing for corrections to filings or to impose penalties where appropriate. the proposed amendments to the city code include the following items. 1, provision for the imposition and collection of civil penalties by the clerk for failure to file timely reports required by the Colorado Fair Campaign Practices Act or the city code, including provisions to allow candidates or committees showing good cause to cure minor or inadvertent violations without monetary penalties. 2, provisions for the receipt of written third-party complaints from any person who believes that a violation of the Colorado Fair Campaign Practices Act has occurred related to any municipal campaign finance matter, including time limits for filing consistent with the Colorado Fair Campaign Practices Act. 3, the required contents for a third-party complaint and documentation of the alleged violation. 4, provisions for the initial review of the third-party complaint to determine if it meets the filing requirements stated in the code and whether it alleges sufficient facts or provides other information to support a legal or factual basis for a violation. 5, following the initial determination of sufficiency, procedures to allow for a cure of minor or inadvertent violations in appropriate cases. 6, for cases not curable or are not cured, a process to have the clerk appoint an independent hearing officer to hear the matter and determine whether there has been a violation of the Fair Campaign Practice Act related to municipal campaign finance matter, including time limits for such a referral to a hearing officer. 7, hearing notice requirements and informal hearing procedures to assure a fair determination of the issues raised by the third-party complaint, including time limits for such determinations. 8, provisions for the issuance of subpoenas to assure attendance of witnesses and the availability of evidence for a hearing of the issues raised by the complaint. 9, rules allowing the imposition and collection of penalties for cases where a violation is found by the hearing officer to have occurred. 10, appeal provisions for review of determinations made by the clerk or the hearing officer under the Colorado Rules of Civil Procedure. And 11, provisions that will allow the city clerk to adopt administrative rules to fairly and expeditiously carry out the provisions of the Colorado Fair Campaign Practice Act and the city code related to municipal campaign finance matters. Staff desires to have these proposed amendments to the code completed by November 1, 2020, so that they can be applied to the regular municipal election and the filing requirements related to the election scheduled for April 6, 2021 and thereafter. There is no physical impact associated with this public hearing. And this meets City Council Goal 5, advance fiscal sustainability and resiliency as evidenced by 5F, foster community trust, and by demonstrating open and transparent governance. So it's the recommendation of the interim city manager, the city attorney, and myself that City Council take public testimony and thereafter direct the city attorney to prepare an ordinance amending Division 1, Article 6 of Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Durango, Colorado, to amend and create procedures regarding the receipt of complaints and other violations related to the municipal campaign finance matters.
Very nice, Amy. Good reading. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was awesome. And do we have any council questions for Amy right out of the box before I open a public hearing on this matter? I will open a public hearing on this matter and ask Mitchell to monitor and invite any participants that would like to speak for 3 minutes relative to this issue.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do have someone who has raised their hand. John, it is your turn to speak. Please unmute yourself, give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Mayor Brookie, my name is John Simpson. I live at 1831 Crestview Drive. I agree that, state law has changed and now rules are required to address these sorts of things. Without the ordinance presented, I can't really provide any substantive comments. I can provide you a little bit of background. The last 2 municipal elections, I was accused of campaign finance violations by city staff in one election. The next election, I accused the city of campaign finance violations and can provide some good input, I think, on this situation. First of all, there needs to be a discussion of what are the qualifications for this hearing officer? Is it going to be appointed by the city attorney? That's how the ethics violation was handled. I don't think that's a good idea, or should this hearing officer be a group of people? Will the public be involved in the hearing officer appointment? There's just a lot of questions still around that position or positions. And along with that, does that hearing officer have authority to overrule an election result? If there's some pretty substantial campaign violations, does that hearing officer, what's their authority? Going further, if that hearing officer, if that decision is not acceptable, who do you appeal to? Does the Secretary of State, are they going to help out with an appeal, or where does that appeal go? We need to discuss that. And then, a very important thing I think you guys need to consider are what are the guidelines for violations by city staff and city councilors. That's where things got very difficult for the city clerk, I think, where she was going to have to rule on her boss. And that's just not a position the city clerk should be in. And I apologize for putting her there, but that was the rules, and something needs to be help her out in that situation. Additional things. Should the clerk be allowed to send out an email and certify letters without a complaint, as she did in October of 2018, where, she sent the campaign finance complaint to me, where there wasn't a complaint. It came directly from her. There should be a account complaint filed with her before she starts contacting, people who potentially violated the law. And then finally, if we can get legislation changed, which I hope we can, hopefully Secretary of State will come back around on this issue and accept responsibility and realizing this is not a good situation for the city clerk to be in. Will you guys reverse the rules and allow the Secretary of State to take responsibility? So, I look forward to this discussion going further, seeing the ordinance, and then we can discuss this further. Mayor Brookie.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And any other comments, Mitchell, that we can invite to our meeting this evening?
Nobody else on the attendee list has raised their hand.
Okay. We'll close the public hearing and have comments from City Council later.
Okay, thank you.
This is the public hearing, not the City Council hearing. So last call for a public comment. All right, we'll hereby close the public hearing and ask for further questions from council. And Barbara Noseworthy, you had a question.
Yes, thank you. And maybe if I missed this, please forgive me, but when is the proposed ordinance to be presented?
The proposed ordinance would be presented in the next couple regular meetings. I don't know that we would have it completely ready. Dirk, you can help out with that. I don't know if it'll be ready for the next meeting, the first meeting in October, or if it would be more of the second meeting in October.
Again, the November 1st deadline that we talked about is a little bit arbitrary, but if we're going to make a November 1st deadline, we would need to go ahead and get a draft ordinance to council by the 6th of October. Then the second reading would be the 20th roughly, and then 10 days after that effective. Again, because the election is not until April, there's no overwhelming rush. So we could draft something, circulate it, and then plan on having a first reading at the October 20th, I think it's the October 20th meeting, that would allow a little more time. I think some of the questions that were asked are good questions, and I think that I concur that it's difficult to make specific comments without having a draft ordinance. So if council directs, I can certainly prepare an ordinance or circulate it well in advance of the meeting on the 20th, which would allow for some additional input.
Thank you. And my concern was also having time for Jose to actually be here and be involved in some discussion rather than an immediate turnaround. So I would welcome a date further out and more time for community input.
Okay, that's no problem.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, this seems like a fairly statutory update, if you will, provided to us from the state. I don't think it doesn't seem that controversial in my mind for a lot of the things we hear from the state, that new regulations that we as a municipality should update our codes appropriately. So with that, I'd entertain a motion from council.
I would make a motion that council direct the city attorney to prepare an ordinance amending Division 1, Article 6 of Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Durango, Colorado, to amend and create procedures regarding receipt of complaints and other actions on violations related to municipal campaign finance matters.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Thank you so much. Maybe we have a roll call, please, Amy.
Councilor Youssef,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter,
Yes.
Councilor Bettine,
Yes.
Councilor Noseworthy,
Yes.
Mayor Brookie.
Yes, thank you very much. And with that, we'll move on to 9.2, our quasi-judicial hearings. The first 9.2.1 is a public hearing to consider the Larkin Minor Subdivision Preliminary Plan, Abandonment and Rezone. May we have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Council. Mitchell, would you please let in the Larkins and Marla Underall? And I'm going to share my screen. So hopefully everyone can see me. So this is a request from John and Cheryl Larkin, who own the property and live at 2860 East 2nd Avenue. And the house is shown here, the property is shown here off of 29th Street, 2nd Avenue. This is main rec center, can be seen down at the bottom of the map. And then 29th Street put in is right across the river. The Larkins bought this house in 2016, and they've done some remodeling since they bought it. But the previous owners had done some encroachments to the north, off of their property onto the neighboring property. And that included some of the decking and some stairway and then some landscaping. And so they are trying to kind of clean it all up. And so what they're proposing, and they've negotiated with the railroad that own this property here, which is a river block, to purchase this portion of the property, of their property. So that's part of our subdivision that's before you tonight, is taking this portion of the property and connecting it to the Larkin property. And then the second thing they're requesting tonight is to ask for an abandonment for this portion of the property to kind of square off their property. This was determined by staff as being unused property, and it is there is no plans for this property. But with all of our abandonments, we would keep a utility easement on the property just in case something in the future comes up and we need to put in utility lines. And in this particular case, because there's no sidewalks in the area, we're also asking for a 10-foot sidewalk easement along East 2nd Avenue, just in case this neighborhood sometime does develop sidewalks. So those are the first two requests. And the plat that's coming before you is this. Their lot is shown here, and then the part from the train, and then the part that they are asking for the abandonment. And then the third request for tonight is for a rezoning because the train property is zoned public, this little portion here. And so obviously this is going to be attached to their property, which is zoned EN2, which is a residential residential neighborhood. And then also just to clean it all up, we would rezone the abandonment if they do receive the abandonment too. So this entire property would be EN2, and these two parcels would be part of that rezoning. We do have abandonment criteria, which really deals with whether or not the property is going to be used and then whether it's going to create any problems in the future. Staff went through the criteria. We do believe it meets all the abandonment criteria, especially with the easements that we're proposing. And then we have subdivision criteria. And again, this is a pretty straightforward subdivision where they're just getting some additional property that is being unused by the railroad and connecting it to their property to deal with some of the encroachment issues. And so staff went through and determined that they met all this criteria, and Planning Commission also agreed on this criteria. And then the rezoning is really just cleaning up the new property and making it all consistent. We did receive one letter of support from owners of property down the street at 2806 East 2nd Avenue, and that's in your staff packet. That's Kim Mulligan and Chris Meering. In summary, the project is making a non-conforming situation better. There is no other potential use of this property for the existing property owner, which is the railroad, and the city has no plans to use the right-of-way, eliminating the encroachments onto the neighboring property and allowing the existing homeowner to incorporate the property they have been maintaining over the years into their yard improves the functionality of the existing residential property. The Planning Commission did consider these issues at their public hearing on August 24th, 2020. There was no public comment. The Planning Commission voted 5-0 to approve the abandonment in one motion and voted 5-0 to approve the preliminary plat and rezoning in a second motion with findings and conditions as recommended by staff. There is no fiscal or budgetary impact associated with this request. The proposals were found in conformance with the city's comprehensive plan and the abandonment, rezoning, and subdivision requirements of the city. And there are two motions before you tonight. The first is to move to approve the Larkin abandonment and rezone subject to the findings reflected in the Planning Commission staff report and minutes of August 24th, and direct the city attorney to prepare separate enacting ordinances for first reading at the next council meeting. And then the second motion is to move to approve the Larkin minor subdivision preliminary plat, subject to the findings and conditions as reflected in the Planning Commission staff report and minutes of August 24th, 2020, and authorize the mayor to sign the final plat, Mylars, upon completion of all final platting requirements as determined by city staff.
All right.
And
thank you, Ms. Vandergrift. Appreciate it. And I'm reminded that this would ultimately result in two separate motions for council to consider this evening. And with that, I'd like to open it up for the applicant or their representative to make any statements before I open a public hearing on this issue. Ms. Underall? Oh, you're on mute, Marla.
Oh, this is Marla Underell. I am John and Cheryl Larkin's legal representative and the land use agent for this proposal. Thank you, Ms. Vandergrift. That was an excellent presentation, and I think she captured everything. So unless the city councilors have any questions, I'm not going to go, or city attorney, I'm not going to go back over meeting the requirements of the land use and development code, but we do believe that this project does. I do want to confirm Ms. Vandergrift's statement that the train has authorized us to purchase the 902 square foot parcel, which they're not using, and it's really not even used as part of their public right of way anymore. So we have reached an agreement with the train that if the city council does approve the final Mylar, that we will purchase this section from the train. And then, as Ms. Vandergrift said, really this part of the city right of way is no longer used. I mean, you can see on this that on the GIS representation that there's landscaping here and a tree, and it actually has been landscaped prior to the Larkins purchase. I think that it's been these both areas have been used as residential landscaping for probably 30 plus years. So, but as the city knows, we can't adversely possess against the city. And reaching the deal with the train is also beneficial because that prevents, another lawsuit against the train and try to adversely possess a small portion of the train's parcel. So, and then it will clean it up nicely, as Ms. Vandergrift said, get rid of those encroachments. So I think that's about it, unless Mayor, you have any questions, or city councilors?
I did have one question, actually. It would probably be of staff. Thank you, Marla. Who owns the property north of this change?
There's additional right-of-way. This is right-of-way.
That's all train right-of-way, or?
No, city right-of-way.
So between that house and, so in the other picture you showed, there was a house further north?
Let me see. Hold on a second. See where we are.
Sorry.
Actually, I think I have a better picture. So there isn't a house further north. This is unused right away. This is 29th Street. And then this is where it gets really narrow.
Okay, so what would have been 29th Street right of way kind of like thing?
Correct. This is in 29th Street right away right here.
Okay. So theoretically, if the city wanted to build a bridge across there over to the other side of the river, that area would be available for that. Not that we're going to, I'm just asking.
It is right away, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. With that, let's get on to the public testimony and open this for a public hearing. And Mitchell, do we have anybody that wishes to speak to this issue in the wings?
We do still have quite a few people in the attendee list. If you are here to speak to this agenda item, please use the raise hand function. Mayor, I am not seeing anybody.
All right. Give it a couple more seconds, and I might note that there was in the agenda packet a letter of support for this project. So with that, we will close the public hearing and return to further questions from council. I was back to the maps, if we could, just for a second, Vicki. My question for you and or Marla was the parcel that actually was being purchased from the train. I know that's the northern section, that little trapezoidal chunk. Is there any, was there a chunk that was continuous along the easterly boundary of the property as well? Because it looks like the roof line extends in past and I know it's the GIS aerial photo, but is there encroachment? Yeah, right there.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Vandergrift.
I was just going to say there is encroachments to the east, and I believe they've worked out a revocable or a permitting process, and I'll let Marla discuss that.
Right, Mayor. We have discussed with the train also doing a revocable license for this section to the east. So for this encroachment, and then there's also some landscaping stair steps, I think, along this section to the east. So that is going to be a separate license with the train.
Excellent. So the actual land transfer is just the trapezoid to the north.
Correct. Just the trapezoid to the north, and then the line will come across on the plat. It comes across, you can see, straight across for abandoning in the right of way. So they'll have clear title when they clean that up, and they have some easement that allows them to encroach on that easterly boundary. How it happened, I have no clue. That's interesting from a standpoint of the history of this house, but I know it's not your client's issue, so except to resolve it. So we'll try to help with that. Any other questions for Marla? Or I would entertain a motion on the first topic, the first.
Yeah. I would be happy to make a motion, Dean. The So I would move to approve the Larkin abandonment and rezoning subject to the findings reflected in the Planning Commission staff report and minutes of August 24th, 2020, and direct the city attorney to prepare separate enacting ordinances for first reading at the next council meeting.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. May we have a roll call, please?
Sorry.
Okay, Amy, are you there? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. Councilor Bettine,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter,
Yes.
Councilor Noseworthy,
Yes.
Councilor Youssef,
Yes.
and Mayor Brookie.
Yes. And with that, I'd entertain a motion on the second portion of this issue.
I'd be happy to make a motion to move to approve the Larkin Minor Subdivision Preliminary Plat, subject to the findings and conditions reflected in the Planning Commission staff report and minutes of August 24th, 2020, and authorize the mayor to sign the final plat Mylars upon completion of all final platting requirements as determined by city staff.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilor Bettine,
Yes.
Councilor Youssef,
Yes.
Councilor Noseworthy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter,
Yes.
Mayor Brookie.
Yes. Thank you so much. And Marla, thank you for joining us this evening. And we'll move on to our next topic, which is 9.2.2, a public hearing to consider the Maverick at South Fork Gateway preliminary plan. May we have a staff report, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Brookie. It's Mark Williams from the Community Development Department. And I'm having technical issues, so Mitchell, I think, can put my PowerPoint up, share the PowerPoint. And also, Mitchell, I invited Steve Winters and Eric Reeder, the project representatives. And if they're here, then you could let them in. That would be great. Okay, thanks. This is the Maverick South Fork Gateway preliminary plan. It's a plan development. Next slide. This is the location. I'm sure you all know by now where this is. This is the third time we've seen this project in some form or other. So where Wilson Gulch cuts northeast to southwest on the upper map, everything to the north of that was the original subdivision from the summer of 2018. And then earlier this year, there was another subdivision which created the lot that's shaded in the light green. And then in the bottom picture, you can see the traffic circle coming off Highway 160. This will receive a lot more traffic after 550 is rerouted to get rid of Farmington Hill. So Maverick chose well for a gas station. There should be a lot of traffic coming through there. Next slide, please. This is a future land use map. The green, the bright green is residential, very low density residential, and the red is commercial. The lot in question is actually the same color red. The green color on there made it look like it's a little bit darker, but it's actually the same. So you can see that Wilson Gulch on the south side, will all be all commercial, and then on the north side, the commercial opportunities are a little bit more limited. And actually, just as an aside, on the south side of Wilson Gulch, we're already talking to some of the property owners there about doing another subdivision for another business. So along with the Subaru that went in, and then the Maverick gas station, and then something that could happen there. A lot of things are happening on Wilson Gulch Road. Next slide, please. The reason that there's the boundary between the green and the red shape or colors on the future land use map are the slopes on the site. The slopes are represented by the kind of salmon colored and then darker red colors on this slope map. This is a larger flat lot, so it's a good place for a commercial business. Originally, the gas station was going to go on the south side of Zymerock Road. You can see the two red outlines of showing where Zymerock is going to go. They determined that space was not big enough, so they've moved into this northern space. When this starts construction, then we'll be closer to having access for C&J gravel to come out and use this access to get to the traffic circle, and then those gravel trucks can use the ramps to get onto 160. And that's significant because right now there's no acceleration or deceleration lane for C&J gravel trucks when they turn out onto Highway 160. So when you have trucks that large, they take a long time to accelerate. That creates a safety hazard. So construction of this road will alleviate some of those traffic issues. And CDOT was, they had some issues with this, which I'll get into in a second, but I think because of the benefits of having this new access to C&J, that weighed into their decision on what was happening on this lot. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, this is a planned development process. It's 3 stages. We've already approved the South Fork Master Plan. That's considered the conceptual phase for what's happening on all these lots, south and north of Wilson Gulch. The preliminary is typically where most of the detail gets done. So the building design, engineering reviews, landscaping, lighting reviews, and we've got most of those, and there's some details that need to be resolved at the final stage, which is always typical. There's always little smaller details that need to be wrapped up at the staff level. Next slide, please. This is a site plan for the property, and I can walk you through. So down at the very bottom, you can see sort of a round, a portion of a circle. That's the traffic circle. And then to the northwest of that is the entrance of Zymrock Road. There's a divided median. There's a sidewalk on the north side of the road. And then if you go a little bit farther to the northwest, there's the main entrance into the business. You can see there's 1 ingress and then 2 egress lanes at that point. On the original site plan, that hatched area was not between them. Based on truck turning templates, the trucks, they'll be servicing 18-wheelers and larger vehicles. They needed more space to make that turning movement, so that curb cut's been widened. So now it meets what it needs to meet in terms of the width that's provided to the trucks. And then going to the other entrance off Wilson Gulch Road. So earlier I was alluding to CDOT. So even though this is a city street, it's next to CDOT right-of-way. And in fact, CDOT right-of-way is just south of here around the traffic circle. So CDOT actually has jurisdiction as well over this part of Wilson Gulch Road. And as with most state laws, they preempt any local rules or ordinances. The entrance into Wilson Gulch here met city distance and separation requirements from our land use codes for having an access there. CDOT did not make a decision about allowing this until the past week. So we weren't sure if they were going to do that. We were going to approve this curb cut because it met our guidelines, and we were unsure of CDOT's decision-making timeline. So it was a little bit of an interjurisdictional conundrum, but we don't enforce CDOT guidelines. We enforce City of Durango guidelines, but I think that's irrelevant now because CDOT has also approved it. This will be a right-in, right-out only. The reason it's right-in, right-out is there's a median separating the northeast and southwest travel lanes on Wilson Gulch Drive. So only a right-in, right-out would work. And this is a slightly different from what the Planning Commission saw. The Wilson Gulch entrance was moved a little bit to the northeast to get it farther away from the traffic circle. That was enough to alleviate CDOT's concerns, and the only impact that had on the site function was the air station where you fill your tires up moved farther southwest. You can maybe see there's a little arrow indicating where the air, right there, where the air station is. Thank you, Mitchell. So that was the big change. The long rectangle above that is the passenger vehicle canopy, and then there's another canopy on the west side of the site. Planning Commission had some concerns about lighting under the canopies. I think we've all seen gas stations that had an excessive amount of light shining out from under the canopies. Durango is a dark sky city. We have our dark sky ordinance. And among those requirements for any lighting is that the bulb, the light fixture itself, has to be fully cut off so that you can't see the light source from offsite. And these are compliant with that. They're recessed into the canopy. And the light temperature is also what we would desire. This was something that Dick White, a previous counselor, was always made sure to talk about. Initially, the plans showed the light temperature as being 4,000 kelvins. We requested they reduce that to 3,000 kelvins. So you've got a warmer glow that still provides sufficient light for the customers to do what they need to do and for security. And it takes a little bit of edge off the brightness. So we're happy they were able to do that. And then I've got some slides down below showing the building. So let's move on to those, please. This is the building. That looks like metal paneling. It is not. It's called hardy board, which is a cement material. They also have some stone accent materials around the base and sides of the store. So this complies with the City of Durango design guidelines. The original design for this building did not have enough windows, and we'll move on to that in a second, but essentially the window that you see on the left side of the front facade and then around the corner, they added those windows, and then the same on the far right. You can't really see it too well, but you can see a little window in there, and then on the north side as well. So those could be actual windows, they could be display cases, just something to break up the mass of the building is what is called for by the design guidelines. The building is also broken up horizontally and vertically. We discourage long, unbroken masses, and this achieves that. Next slide, please. So you can see the original submitted version didn't have any of those windows, so the redesign is better. Thanks. Next slide, please. Another one of the concerns that staff had was the color of the gas canopy. These are both canopies. The upper one is the passenger vehicle canopy, and then the one below is for trucks and buses. That red is the result of computers printing or using different shades of red. It is actually not that red. The applicant sent us an actual material sample of what they're going to use for that canopy. And it's a darker, more earth tone red, which does comply with the city design guidelines. We like to see earth tones for our building colors and accent, well, not necessarily accent materials, but for something like this, we wanted to see something more muted. And so we're happy that they were able to comply with that. If that had been bright red, they would have, it would have counted against their sign area, and our sign area doesn't allow an excessive amount of signage. So it's important for them to tone down that color. The sign permitting will be done by separate permit later in the process. Okay, so project details. It's a 5,500 square foot store and gas station. I've mentioned some of this already. It complies with the South Fork Master Plan as well as the LUDC. And it's being built in conjunction with Zymrock Road. And one of the other issues Planning Commission had, or not issues, but concerns, was that people exiting on the Highway 160 ramp might not know how to get to the gas station. They might turn too soon and get on Wilson Gulch and then not be able to turn into the gas station because of that median. So we'll work with CDOT and with Maverick to make sure there's adequate directional signage to minimize anyone who makes the wrong turn. Next slide. And that's what I just said. Yeah, and so I think I've discussed all of this. We had a couple of conditions of approval in addition to the standard boilerplate conditions. One of those was the building elevations and renderings should comply with our design guidelines. So they beat us to that before we could even get to the final stage, and they've done that already. And then they also submitted a detailed lighting photometric plan. They comply with the light trespass. That means at the border of the property, foot candles cannot exceed 1.5, a measurement of 1.5 onto other property. They comply with that. They comply with all their other lighting standards. Next slide, please. So the recommendation is to approve the Maverick South Fork Gateway preliminary development plan, direct the applicant to prepare the final plan incorporating all conditions of approval for approval by City of Durango staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for that synopsis. And with that, I'd invite either Matt or Steve Winters to make any opening comments relative or before we open the public hearing. If you have none, we'll wait for your comments subsequent to the public hearing.
Sure. If I may, my name is Matt Ryder. I'm a planning project manager with Maverick. Address is 185 South State Street, Salt Lake City, Utah. Zip code 84111. I just wanted to express my gratitude to city staff as well as our property owner and his engineer, SEH. Maverick has been working through this process fairly quickly. And so I am very grateful for all the efforts that both the property owner and developer as well as city staff have made to get us to this point. I have nothing else to add to Mark's staff report. Did a great job of capturing what we are intending to develop on the site. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Steve, did you have anything at this point, or you want to wait if there's any questions from the public hearing?
I'm good too. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. Yeah, I'm good. And just want to echo the comments that Matt had, that Mark and the planning staff as well as the engineering department have helped, push through a very complicated project between the Maverick and Zymrock Road and all of the moving pieces of this. So compliments to the staff.
All right. With that, I'd like to open the public hearing and ask Mitchell to invite any participants that might want to speak for 3 minutes on this issue.
We still have quite a full attendee list. If you are here to speak to this agenda item, please raise your hand. Mayor, I am not seeing anybody.
We've reached last call once again. Okay, well, with that, I will close the public hearing and ask for any comments or questions of council to the applicant. Chris.
My question is actually to the city staff a little bit. I noticed the comment that you made about the directional signage and difficulty of knowing whether you're in and out of there. And I just wanted to make the comment that, I go through that roundabout often. My parents live over there. And I don't think it's totally clear now that we have a potential commercial enterprise over there, how to get in and out of that with the signage that currently exists. So I was just hoping that as part of this process, we might take a good hard look at that and make sure that not only is this business easily accessible and people know where they're going in and out, but the whole community benefits from that as well.
Can I ask, excuse me, do you mean not just this business, but all businesses along Wilson Gulch?
Yeah, just that, as you enter through that interchange there, if you want to get back out and go back to Durango, it's not the most intuitive thing you've ever done. And so the signage doesn't really, it's not large enough, in my opinion, and it doesn't really give you enough warning. And I know how to do it. I've been doing it a lot, but I'm sure it's confusing almost every time for the first time or second or third time.
Okay, thank you.
I would agree. It's it's totally counterintuitive, in fact, to go east to go west is not totally right. Kim, you had a question.
Well, I would reinforce what you and Chris both said. Also, I find that terribly interesting, even though I know it. I'm always nervous about it. But I did notice on page 79, Mark, that there's a note says landscaping, but there's no information below it. And I would really encourage this development to be well landscaped, partially because it's the first one, but I'd also like to see that whole entranceway there and Wilson Gulch Road be very attractive and inviting. So I was wondering what the landscaping plan was there from page 79.
We do have a landscape plan. It does comply with our landscaping standards. If you can remember what that site plan looked like, there is a pretty big area that's actually not their property. It's CDOT property between the sort of northwest to north corner of the traffic circle up to their property line. So that might be another place where we need to work with CDOT on the signage and to see if we can do something there besides just native vegetation, which is really not much more than scrub.
Thanks, Mark. I would concur. It's definitely incumbent upon council to understand what the landscape plan looks like, and especially if they've gone to the extent to prepare it to satisfy the conditions of that we'd like to see it. But I'm happy accepting your evaluation. But it is something important to see in future proposals. Any other questions of the applicant? Seeing none, I was just thinking about this landscape plan, if there's a method of getting that to us, but I don't want to entertain a motion relative to the action tonight and hope that we would be able to look at the landscape plan at a future date. I might also tell the public to inform them that the foot candles and the photometrics of this, you will see a lot of light. This will be, like any gas station, a well-lit and safe place. So don't expect that it's a dark hole on the landscape because we are night sky compliant. With the photometrics explained by Mark, it does eliminate the bleed off the property, but certainly their site would, I anticipate, be well lighted. But the rule for the city of Durango is you can't see the source. So you can't look up into the canopy and see the source of the light, but you will see light. So I just want to reduce that expectation of the public that this would be a not anything less than a well-lit sort of place on that intersection. With that, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor Brookie, to approve the Maverick Southworth Gateway Preliminary Development Plan, direct the applicant to prepare the final plan, incorporating all conditions of approval by the City of Durango staff.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, and thank you for that. This is a preliminary plan, so we do have opportunity to see the landscape. So I'll eliminate my concern of that issue at this time and ask for a roll call, please.
Councilor Bettine?
Yes.
Councilor Noseworthy?
Yes.
Councilor Youssef?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter?
Yes.
And Mayor Brookie?
Yes. Thank you so much. And with that, we'll move forward in our agenda. Item 10, the city attorney has no items this evening for us. Item 11, introduction of ordinances. Again, we have no items this evening. Item 12, administrative. Item 12.1, the assistant city manager, Kevin Hall, will have an update on the NENA proposal to establish a transitional homeless camp on city-owned property, including discussion and consideration of a property lease to NENA. And correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no decisions to be made. This is simply an update to this evening. And we aren't expecting to make any further council decisions on this. But correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney or Kevin.
So We did not put a request for action on this administrative item. If the council chooses to take action, it is certainly within your purview to do so, and we can help craft whatever motion that might be if there's interest in doing so. The purpose of this from a staff perspective was twofold. It was to bring you the draft lease, which was the city attorney was directed to prepare a draft lease at the last meeting. It was also, I think it was pretty clear at the end of the public hearing on September 1st that there was still interest in hearing more about alternatives as to this site. And, when we scheduled the public hearing, it certainly was a requirement of a lease. I think the public hearing served its purpose well in that Nina came forward with its proposal, presented it to the community and to the council. And what came of that is a fair amount of dialogue about the project. Since the time of the first, and I certainly don't have to remind any of you counselors, but you've had lots of reading to do in the last handful of days with the amount and volume of public comment that has come in both in favor and opposed to using the Elks parcel for the Nina proposal. Since the time of the public hearing, we did have staff meet with Nina in what we would refer to as a pre-application meeting to go over what they're proposing and see how it fits within the land use code. And as I've referenced a number of times, our code isn't really built for temporary uses, really meant for long-term development. However, there was a process, a limited use process that would allow for a sheltering area to be developed. When we sat down with them, we looked at what it would take in order to provide a limited use permit as well as a lease for use of the property. And it quickly became clear through the discussions with Nina and staff that the amount of infrastructure improvements that would be required very unlikely to occur prior to November, given particularly there was interest in sewer and water. And then if we start talking about things like landscaping and access drives that need paving, stormwater facilities, no amount of variance was going to remove us from the need for a fairly lengthy process that was going to be involved for Nina as well as the city, both in terms of cost and time to get something moving forward. With that knowledge in hand, staff and the city attorney sat down and talked in depth about, well, what's our alternative here? And what we felt, and this was in discussion with Nina as well, was that an alternative, if there's interest in pursuing this site for this winter, was to use an emergency ordinance and a very temporary installation. If you think about the 416 fire and the teams of firefighters that came into town and quickly set up camp, that really could have lasted for months and months and months, but it's tents and it's portable bathrooms and those types of things. Nina quickly realized that was probably a better way to go with a temporary installation. Anything that they had could be portable for this winter. So in the staff report, we really outlined the two things. We provided a draft lease, and of course, we did receive a little bit of insight from one resident tonight about additional items that could be in the lease. The lease really related to if we're going to go long-term on the site with a land use permit. And again, in looking at this, we felt like if this is the site to be utilized, then it's probably a better scenario to go under an emergency ordinance. Those are only good for 60 days, so it would require multiple re-ups, so to speak, to get you through just into next summer. In talking with Nina, they felt that was a better alternative. In the staff report, we called out some of the things we heard in the pre-application meeting. I think LPEA and DFPD, the Durango Fire Protection District, both expressed some pretty significant concerns about the use of the site on more of a permanent basis, at least particularly in the near term. I think LPA came forward. We hadn't heard their input up to this point. They very concerned about having folks residing in adjacency to their fenced substation, as well as the access to the substation, which their easement goes across the same alignment that Nina was requesting to use for an access into the camp. So with all that in place, we provided you this temporary emergency ordinance approach to consider. So, what are the alternatives to either placing here a temporary NINA camp for 20 to 25 people, or are there alternatives? I think a couple of counselors asked to revisit some of the sites we had looked at in the past, and I think staff believes we went back and looked a number of times, but I did go back and revisited a number of them, and one was a Centennial Yard, which is the 1 acre right off of County Road 210 behind Centennial Plaza. We checked in with the utility team, and they provided some pretty good feedback that that site has been used to dump road waste for many years. Other things from the Vector trucks have been put into settling ponds there. It's underneath power lines, and it's next to another LPA substation. I don't believe that 1 acre would serve the purposes of either NINA or a larger camp under that scenario. I also went back and looked at some of the other sites that were in that 2018 analysis, and one was a private property that obviously would be big enough, but for purposes of this winter, it really does us no good, because we're not going to acquire a property that, when last listed, was $1.8 million and establish a winter camp there this year. So we really go back to, well, what else is out there? And I did come across some property that we didn't include in the analysis from 2018, which is in the back of Bodo. The city has 6 acres of green space that was dedicated as part of Bodo. And I went and took the opportunity to walk on the property over the weekend, and the site could serve the purposes of NINA and their 20 to 24. And I think with the proper partnership and mobilization that the city and NINA and maybe the county would participate in, we could probably make it work. I think what we are doing, though, is we're going to find that we're going to have a whole new front of folks who are going to want to provide their comments in likely opposition to the site, like we've experienced so many times with every site that we've kind of moved forward. There hasn't been enough work done on this additional site that's it's 6 acres. I think you could carve out 2 acres, and it's relatively flat. It's behind the Durango 911 Center, which the city and the county operate. Comes off of Turner Drive, where there's already transit. It's up behind, in between the Bodo State Wildlife Area and the back of the Bodo Industrial Park. That said, there's still deed restrictions up there that would be problematic. I know when we proposed other sites within Bodo in the past, we had folks from Bodo step forward and express their concerns. I did reach out to Pam Miles with Durango Industrial Development Foundation, who is really the originators of Bodo. I also attempted to reach Meredith Maple with Coca-Cola, who actually came and sat with the former city manager and myself a couple of years ago when there was a discussion of using Bodo. I did not reach her, but I did talk with Pam at length, and I believe, and Pam serves on the Homes Fund Board. She's certainly sympathetic to the issues that the council and the county are facing regarding the homelessness situation. She didn't discourage us to further evaluate it, but I don't feel like we're at that point right now where it's a certainty. But that certainly could be an option with additional research and discussion. And it would be in line with what Nina had said about their portability. And if another site was in place, that it's likely they could make it work. I think given all that the information we've received in the last several weeks, and knowing what we know now, I don't believe the Elks parcel is the right site for either a temporary or long-term solution for what we're trying to accomplish. When we started down this path, the intent was to find a new location for a camp. And in this case, we're talking about a second camp. And I know it's going to be managed differently. It would be developed differently and cared for differently. And I do believe NINA is that grassroots that the strategic plan very much was calling for. I think that the strategic plan, if there was nothing else that we could take from that, it was, this is a community issue and we need the community to step forward. Well, now we have NINA willing to step forward, and they've already stepped forward in a number of ways, and they're trying there earnestly to find a site to make work. I think when the county commissioners met this last week, they were playing a little bit of catch up. And when they heard that the NINA proposal wouldn't absorb everybody at the Purple Cliff site, it definitely led to some consternation and concern. I think there is a path forward here, because I know there's a lot of frustration, both in terms of the council, staff, the Board of County Commissioners, the community, because it's a difficult situation. There's no simple solutions here. In the staff report, I wrote to the fact that the county commissioners last week were pretty adamant about Purple Cliffs must close. And that was prior to them hearing from NINA in terms of what NINA's suggestions could be relative to Purple Cliffs for at least this winter. And I recognize that council's meeting with the county commissioners tomorrow, and it would be ideal if we had a path forward that could be discussed as an alternative for everybody to consider. And I guess what I would put forward here is, given that the NINA proposal is unable to manage everybody from the Purple Cliff site, it could be, one option would be discussing with the county whether the city takes a little bit larger responsibility on Purple Cliffs. For instance, opening up the city's property to the south of the county's Purple Cliffs property, where all the people are camping right now. My understanding in talking with Jen Lopez, who I talked to today, and she is representing NINA, is that the density of campers up on the Purple Cliffs County parcel is pretty tight, and there would be benefit if it could spread out a little bit. Whether there's an ability to do any more of the things that NINA would like to do in terms of providing either warmth, shelter, and other facilities that would help the situation for the campers. Could we do that with an expanded footprint down on Purple Cliffs? It's a conversation we would certainly have to have with everybody to see whether that could work. But that could get us through the winter if there's a willingness for everyone to kind of work together on that. If NINA's willing to step forward, and I think they are, they've already done a lot of work down on Purple Cliffs. They've expressed that MANA is willing to deliver food. Certainly the transportation service that we had for a few months in going into the COVID time period discontinued, but that could certainly be looked at again to be recontinued if that seems like the right thing to do. That could get us through the winter. And from there, what I might offer up is a little bit of the story regarding the Denier facility. That building was used for the youth detention. That use stopped, and that building's been sitting vacant. The county is going to be very quickly, if they have not already, receiving title to that building, which gives them the rights to use it for a variety of purposes. In talking with the county staff and County Manager Stevens was okay with me sharing this information with you, that the ideal scenario is that, well, let me back up for a second. The county also now, because of changes at the state, is the responsible party to contract for halfway houses. It used to be the state did that. And right now, as you know, Hilltop House leases from the city a building and parcel on the social services campus for the Hilltop House halfway house. With the county taking on the responsibility for the vendor contract on halfway houses, they would like to remodel Denier, and no decisions have been made on doing this yet, and it will be going to the commissioners shortly, is my understanding. Remodel the Denier facility in early 2021, and then put out an RFP for vendors for the halfway house to then be adjacent to the county jail and the Denier facility, which is really set up much better for the type of use that it would be than the Hilltop House, which is more of a residential style, which has worked well for the Hilltop House. But my understanding is preliminary conversations with some of the folks from Hilltop House is that the Denier facility would actually work well with the proper remodel. So why I say all this is the Denier facility, if it can come into the new place location for the halfway house, suddenly we have a building, grounds with facilities on the social services campus that pre-COVID managed 54 beds. I don't know if that would be the case moving forward for transitional housing, additional transitional housing, but you know, the type of things that Nina is attempting to do is bring people out of the woods who are willing to make a commitment to step forward, whether it be employment or following some contract to participate, as well as with the hope of ultimately moving into permanent housing. And it could be the Hilltop House could serve that function. Now, that being said, that doesn't address the folks who are unwilling to come out of the woods, who feel it's necessary to live outside. And that still is a bit of a challenge. So I know the county is interested in closing Purple Cliffs, and I believe we should honor the intent that that isn't a good place for a long-term camp. However, it could most certainly, given what's already up there, and I think we heard from one gentleman tonight, in fact, speaking to the fact that Purple Cliffs can work right now, and displacing those folks at this stage in the season would be very difficult for everybody. And we don't have a location that could serve this larger population. So I offer up a number of things here. Certainly this Bodo parcel could serve Nina, but there's much work to be done to know whether it can serve Nina. And I think there needs to be more conversations with the folks at Bodo, a further evaluation of how the deed restrictions in Bodo apply. And I think we did also hear tonight about, you know, Denier and some of the other things that have occurred in Bodo. The CCNRs have not been that closely attended to over the years. So is there a way to work with the community up there in Bodo to allow for establishment of something that Nina is proposing, which is not the same as what is going on in Purple Cliffs, far more managed, secure site with oversight. So there's an opportunity there, but I can't tell you tonight that it's going to work, but I can tell you it's something we're willing to evaluate. But I do think working with the county tomorrow on seeing whether there's some alternatives for Purple Cliffs to keep that moving forward, knowing what's coming in the coming 8-10 months with Denier and the likely transition of the Hilltop House, it just seems like there's some options here for us to consider. We can certainly continue to look for larger parcels that might be able to handle the number of folks who are currently living at Purple Cliffs. And you know, the sound of it from those who are in the know on this issue is those numbers might continue to grow. And that's unfortunate. But what Nina is proposing doesn't accommodate all those folks. So maybe I'll stop there and ask for some reaction to what you've just heard and see what we can do to move the conversation forward.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, I think we've got, and thanks for acknowledging we have a pretty significant discussion with the county tomorrow on this special meeting for this very topic. Yeah, it's good to know the disposition of the Denier Center. For me personally, I wish that the county would have had ability to share that with us earlier, because that's always been proposed as for the past year. That's been a topic of discussion. And so if they've acquired it and repurposed it for another use, that would have been good information. I don't know what their timing is, if that precludes the use of it in an emergency situation for this winter, as is being requested by Nina. It doesn't seem like that would be out of the question, and so it might be a topic we can talk about tomorrow. But open it up for other counselors that have any questions of Kevin and where we're at this point. Chris?
Yeah, I'm just curious, did anyone from the staff attend that, the county meeting where they talked about all this or listened to it or anything?
I was there. Yeah, well, I attended the Zoom meeting. I didn't participate.
And
I
I
mean,
listened to it.
You did. Well, Kevin, you were very diplomatic in the way you described it. I mean, the way I read about it wasn't as diplomatic sounding. And so I wondered, the newspaper article that I read made it sound like, we weren't working together on this. And I thought, going back in the history of this entire thing, we have a joint strategic plan. We have a joint commitment to that current temporary site. We have a joint effort undergoing hearing from Nina and trying to resolve their outcomes. And then that meeting sounded like it was back to everybody's doing their separate thing. But you do feel there's an opening for us to have the discussions about, not shutting the doors on the thing that exists today until we really can get the thing to replace it.
I do, and it's interesting, and certainly all of you are very perceptive individuals, but the reaction on the 9th of the commissioners was a result of how they interpreted our public hearing on the 1st, which I think there was a fair amount of concern about whether this was the right site or should we move forward or should we not. And then when they heard from Nina, in fact, they probably heard that night that Nina couldn't accept everybody. I think there was a frustration that bubbled over on the 9th. I firmly believe that with the right conversation tomorrow about partnering on resources, and we've been sharing the use of the joint sales tax, so that's a conversation about what money might be available to use. But up to this point, Nina has been stepping forward, and they want to have a large participation, whether it's their own facility. And now I think they're even expressing interest in making the existing camp better than it is. And if the city and the county are willing to help with that effort, suddenly we have more resources to bring to bear. I know in talking with Jen Lopez today, she suggested they'd like to get some actual paid management up there. And I'm not suggesting she was indicating some salaried, long-term position, but somebody who would have the ability to assist. Because right now it's, by and large, it's self-managed, and some of it works and some of it doesn't. But I do believe the advocates, as well as some of the folks who are up there already, have a lot of ideas how to improve it in the short term. The long-term viability is the big question mark, and it's not probably the right place for a long-term camp. But it could be that's where we're looking at something that's a larger private parcel that is in the right location that you could actually do the Camp Hope type situation. And I think you all saw the photo of Camp Hope, which was on the backside of a business park. And I think that was called out by a number of the residents, as opposed to tucked in pretty close to a downtown and the residential areas. But I believe that with the right dialogue and recognition that this is a frustration for everybody, that we can probably come to a solution tomorrow, or at least some type of preliminary agreement to move forward on a couple of these things that would settle this. And I certainly have no issues with chasing this Bodo site a little bit further to see if we can give it legs. And then if Nina wants to step forward and get something in place for their 20 or 24 people, that doesn't still address the Purple Cliff situation, but it would address their current desire and proposal. And again, nurturing the community's interest in it's Nina right now. I think that is so important that we keep feeding that, because we want the community to step forward, and that's what they're trying to do. And it's just been difficult to find what the right answer is.
That was a really compelling presentation. I just wanted to compliment you on it, because the level of thoroughness that you just expressed to us with all that detail is exceptional. And thanks for really encapsulating the whole story. I think from my perspective, hearing everything you presented, certainly looking at the petition and all of the array of feedback we've gotten from the neighbors in the area, they've certainly spoken about the current proposed site, and I think it's worthy of us approaching that the commissioners with the conciliatory tone of, hey, we were started in this together, and let's keep let's finish it together, and we'll find a place, we'll find a spot, and we'll jointly support it together. But it may not be this one, especially if it doesn't house the people we already have in the community.
And I would just add that, Nina has done, they've done a good job of talking to the people they've talked to. But I will tell you, the Sparrow development, and we all know that's a $10 million, 40-unit apartment building for transitional housing. I think they've had a conciliatory or a muted tone on their reaction, because it's really a lot of the same clientele. But they are very concerned about it, the impact that this site will have if it's leased or under ordinance, how it will impact their ability to not only develop but manage their facility, and we want them to be successful.
Thank you. And Barbara, if I can just have you hold just 1 second, I thought I'd just have a follow-up comment to Chris's, which is, the game changer for me that occurred last week, and was that nowhere in the Athena study or previous NINA proposals did the concept of 2 camps was ever come forward. So that's the game changer that NINA laid on us last week. And when I say us, I mean both the city and the county, because we now are being, as a result of that decision by NINA, or suggestion by NINA, we have to fund 2 camps as well. So, and they suggested that there's forever going to be 2 populations, people that will be appropriate for the Camp Hope model, and there's just going to be campers that might be left at Purple Cliffs. So I think that's what we really need to come to grips with as well, is in the future, if we do find a site for a Camp Hope model, are we still going to be requested by NINA to have another remote camp of some sort somewhere in the world? And if so, how are we jointly with the county going to fund that kind of an operation? Or is that even desirable for us? Because we were all, the studies, the Athena study, the proposals by NINA that we've all considered to date have all revolved around putting total faith in this Camp Hope model. And now that we've got disparate thoughts on that, I think we are in a whole different ballgame that we need to have fruitful discussion with the county tomorrow. And it's just not the city having to resolve this. It's thrown back to both of us, to both the city and the county, to come to an agreement and find a site. So let's do that. I'd be an advocate for the city looking at that site, but perhaps not as an emergency site. Maybe we just have to live with what we have for this particular winter. It was also noted by one of the residents out there that historically the county has opened up evidently the exhibit hall at the fairgrounds for winter camping as well. That's a issue I didn't know existed. If that's still available for this year, that sounds like an emergency situation that could be accommodated as well. So I'll quit talking, and Barbara, you had some thoughts.
Yeah, a couple. First of all, Kevin. Okay, first of all, Kevin, thank you for the presentation. And I want to make a couple of points. I'd like to address, I agree with Councilor Battine's comment about tomorrow having a conciliatory tone, because, I remember Councilor Battine in September 1 saying that we've been talking for 3.5 years about finding a site for this. So, it sounds to me like I can understand some of the frustration maybe that the commissioners are feeling. And so I think it's important that we make an effort together to address this issue now, whether that's looking at the Purple Cliff site that the city owns, or this new opportunity. And my question for you, Kevin, is because we are losing time, and I actually do think that we've got winter approaching and we need to probably address this more sooner, the camping situation, because I actually think it might get, as people are saying, even more difficult. And I also want to honor Nina's effort and their comments at the beginning of this meeting that they're willing to work. Whatever they're willing to do is portable. They need land. And so, Kevin, my question for you is, how quickly could you get the details of this, the Bodo parcel, as you're calling it? And could you even bring that back to us at a study session if council agreed to add it to next week's session so that we could keep that possibility moving? And then the concern when you mentioned Purple Cliffs, back in the autumn when we discussed this, you ruled it out for many of the same reasons that the county commissioners have said this could only be a temporary site. So again, I see it as a willingness to try to find a solution, and I applaud that. But I think the reasons that the county commissioners are giving that this needs to be a temporary site are the ones that we as a city cited. So I'd like to get a sense of that again. And then I guess I'm looking at the Hilltop option. Do you see similar opposition from the same neighborhoods as we received with this managed camp? And how viable would that really be for a down the road option?
So let me start with Purple Cliffs. You're right, last fall, and this was before the sheriff's department told everyone they could go camp at the county's Purple Cliffs property, and for County Manager Madrigal, our Purple Cliffs property is just south of the county's Purple Cliffs property. It has some very similar terrain features, the city's does, as well as the county's. I indicated to the council last fall that it was not a good place for a camp. And that was before the sheriff chose to move folks. I think as a standalone issue, I think I would still stand behind what I told you last fall, but because of the opening of the county's parcel for camping, and you know what, those industrious folks figured out how to make it work for themselves. And I think if you if we've been paying attention at all, a lot of the folks that are down there found it to work pretty well for themselves with a little bit of elbow grease and working together. I wouldn't have anticipated that given what I found when I hiked around on that property. It's not ideal. It's not, and I would agree with the commissioners, it's not the right place for a long term. But they've seemed to make it work. I think with a little bit of extra effort, it can probably work better. And I think that's where we bring in our advocates, the folks who are already out there helping them, whether it's Nina or Community Compassion Outreach or whoever else is down there assisting. And we heard at the last meeting how they are providing things to help make life a little easier down there for everybody. Again, I would stand behind where we were at last fall, but once the camp did establish, it seems to me if there's additional space to spread people out, and that's of benefit from a COVID standpoint or a social interaction standpoint, having the city property available, there's some spots there that you could make work. There is seriously drainage issues and things coming off of that mountainside, both on the county's property and the city's property. And it is concerning, but it's one of those, bit of a calculated risk is how risky is it? And so far they've had, and the sheriff spoke, and I think Councilor Baxter probably heard this, the sheriff spoke about Purple Cliffs not being a whole lot worse than other places, but it's difficult. And they did have a mudslide at one point that created some havoc down there. And those are the kind of things you can expect at Purple Cliffs and why it's probably not a good long-term site. But to try to move everybody in the next couple of months, when you're talking about 70 residents, of which they've probably spent months getting themselves organized for the coming cold weather, to try to move them at this point, we don't have a place to hold that many people. And that's why I think that's difficult. As for clarity on the Bodo site, we already have a pretty good sense of what the covenants and restrictions are down there. And that also, Bodo wasn't developed and the rules weren't established to have what I'd consider a shelter. I think what Nina is proposing is different than just a straight up what we were thinking about a couple of years ago, which is a place for people to go camp. Nina wants to, have a secure space with oversight and with management it's a whole different animal, and whether it can fit in within the covenants of Bodo, that's yet to be determined. I think some well-placed conversations with some of the primary players in Bodo is really critical. And that's really why I reached out to Meredith Maple, and I wish I had had an opportunity to talk to her because she was very eloquent and very persistent about her concerns last time around. But, last time around, we didn't have an organized group willing to take responsibility. And if you look at what Nina did with that locker program down at the transit center, have any of us heard about any problems with the locker program since they instituted it? We haven't. And it's because I think Nina's doing a good job managing it, and there's a lot of smart people in that group. I think what we're talking about here is an entirely different type of transitional camp than what we were envisioning a couple of years ago. So my hope would be that we have the right conversations with the right people. And given the fact that Bodo has not been through the Durango Industrial Development Foundation, they have not been doing hard enforcement of any of their CCRs pretty much from the beginning. They essentially defer new projects off to a landscape or to an architect who reviews the architectural integrity of the projects. And that's about the extent. Otherwise, they've been deferring to the city. Now, these are all legal matters, and I suspect we'll hear from an attorney or two about why we can't do what we're suggesting to do. But at some point, I think, some hard decisions have to be made. And, if we get some push from some attorneys, we may have to swallow hard and accept that. It's certainly a conversation that will evolve because we don't know what we're going to hear at this point in time. So can it work? Maybe. Do we know it can work? I would say today we don't, and we have some more work to do. But I think if we can get advocacy within DIDF and Bodo, and maybe I'm being naive here, but I think with the right place conversations and a little persuasion, all these folks in this community have been paying attention to this issue. There's no simple solutions. Seems to me that is about as good a site as we could probably find for a couple of acres that could potentially work. And then, we would have to mobilize to make it happen and help Nina do that. As for your third question.
Just one point before you answer my third question. I do want to point out the urgency that I'm hearing from Nina, which is that if they're actually going to do something and they have the desire to do it, they need to place orders for equipment and shelters, and that needs to be placed, what I'm hearing is early October. So that's why I was trying to get a sense of how quickly you think you could determine the appropriateness of this site, and hoping to hear that, could we hear back in what kind of time frame?
Well, I'm willing to make a few more phone calls, talk to the city attorney additionally on this, and put it out there. And because I don't have a good answer for you, except that as soon as possible. I mean, if I talk to the Maples tomorrow, that gives me a little bit of sense of where they're coming from. And Meredith sits on the DIDF board as well. And I've already talked to Pam, and she seemed open to the conversation. So I think those are that's a good omen of maybe some additional good conversations. We'll see. I could get back to you next week with everything I know. As for early October, I think, yeah, that's ideal. I also know that we can have, 80 degrees and sunny in the middle of October too here. So, as soon as possible. I understand that's Nina's desire. And I do recognize that we don't want to be out installing fences and gravel access drives in middle of December during a snowstorm. I understand that. So you asked for us to go back and take another look, and I did, and I collected as much as I could prior to tonight, and that's where we're at right now, and I will continue to push the issue. But I do believe that if we can get the city council and the county commissioners on the same page, I believe staff will fall in line right behind you to help Nina along if that's what we need to do, whether it's at Purple Cliffs or another location. As for the Hilltop House, I mean, there's a lot of speculation here in terms of what will happen. What I do know is that the city owns the land, and technically the lease calls for the city owns the leasehold improvements up on the social services campus. I'm not naive enough to think that the Hilltop House and the folks who own and manage that facility won't be looking for some kind of considerations for all the investment they've made up there. But what I do know is there's a building there that would serve a significant population of individuals. And I think what we would need to do is have the conversation about what's the highest and best use of that building if things start falling in place. For instance, if the county ultimately does choose to remodel the Denier Center, and that hasn't been decided yet, and it wouldn't even happen until the spring probably. And then July 1st, I believe, is the date on which the new contract has to be in place for the halfway house. So, it could be we're talking next year at this time about how to make the Hilltop House work and for what purposes. But what we do know is the Sparrow's got 43 units coming online that are going to be breaking ground here shortly. The way the design of the use of that lease space is there's room for another building up there. The city council is going to have to decide how many people do you want living in a transition type housing scenario on the social services campus. It's a discussion you're going to have. But we will have an asset available to us likely next summer that will give us an opportunity to use it to its best capabilities, hopefully to address some of these issues.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, if I might just summarize my thoughts on the house. I mean, we've got a group.
I'm actually asked to speak after Barbara, if you don't mind.
Okay, let me just say something about the Hilltop House, which is we've got Sparrow making a $10 million investment to serve the same population in a much more managed fashion. And they're investing $10 million to do that, to have the opportunity to be partners with the city to to help manage the same population. So, I would think it would be, not in the best interest of the city to all of a sudden offer the Hilltop House, if it ever became available, to a group like Nina that really wants an outside camping opportunity, except in an emergency situation. So good thought, but I wouldn't be supportive of pursuing the use of the Hilltop House for another camp, if you will, because it just doesn't fulfill the model of the Camp Hope concept that Nina is perpetuating. So, Kim, yeah, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. I think you made a good point, Dean. So I see that we have opportunity here. I think that there's a lot of good ideas coming out, and I appreciate all the work that everyone's put into it, and I appreciate the county's willingness to talk about this again tomorrow. And I hope we can make some headway on having some sort of a direction, a path that we can take, whatever that entails, if it means Hilltop House to near property in Bodo Park. And I appreciate Kevin's passion. I think this is great. You've done it. You have made some real progress this summer, and I'm really appreciative of that. One of the things that concerns me, however, is that from the very beginning, I at least heard from Nina that there was more than one population of homeless that needed to be served. And that I don't believe they ever from the very beginning said they could handle 70 people. It was always a fairly modest proposal at this point in time, with the potential maybe for growth in other areas. But I think we need to applaud Nina for stepping up and doing all the work that they've done, and recognize that I do believe they've been transparent in this conversation, and I do believe that they've been upfront. And I think that probably we were all hoping that they'd have the perfect solution, and they don't, like none of us do. And so I'm a little challenged by the negativity that I've heard around Nina, both in the city council meeting and in the county commissioners meeting, because these are a group of people who are not experts. They are residents who are trying to do their darndest to support what previous councils have asked them to do, and what the Board of County Commissioners has asked them to do. And I think that they're right. I think that we have more than one population of homeless people that cannot be served by the same thing. One size does not fit all, just like one size does not fit any of us. So I'd like us to consider that, and as we move forward, and because they are an advocate for what we've asked them to do, they have as I believe Dean and Kevin have both said, intelligent, bright people who care. And we need that in this community, and we need the community to help support us. So as we go forward, I'd like to see us be allies, everyone, the county, the city, Nina, the community members, and the residents, be allies in this process and not struggle so much with each other.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and my comments certainly don't mean to demean Nina at all. It's that the idea of two camps definitely put significant budgetary issues at play and management issues, and leaves the solution unanswered, quite honestly. So so we have Kevin. I was just going to ask if you could provide some site plan information, maybe an aerial photograph of that proposed site that you're looking at for tomorrow's meeting. I'm sure you've already thought of that and will become prepared. And my other question of council is there any direction we want to give to Dirk relative to the lease at the Elkview property prior to speaking with the county commissioners tomorrow, or just wait?
Thank you, Mayor. I would love to add a few comments and also answer your question, very good question that you just asked. So don't let me forget to answer that, because I do have some thoughts on that. I first want to also echo council's regard for Kevin Hall and your efforts for this presentation. Thank you for your additional outreach and your follow-up with the county and conversations that you've had and evaluation of sites. I appreciate you following up on that. I had asked you to do that at the last meeting, and I really it's evident that you've spent a significant amount of time on this. You've looked at it carefully, and you're working hard to look at all of the implications of this proposal. But I really appreciate your willingness to do more work on that. And I recognize councilors' desire to move quickly and to operate fast due to weather. Also regarding some of our stated desires in the past, that we really want this, we want to be able to provide a safe place for people to be in the winter. But I simultaneously see that this is an evolving issue. And I do see that we are making progress. As someone who's been involved in this for 3.5 years now, I am not at all underestimating the progress we are making. It is a difficult issue. It is a different picture today than what we were looking at several years ago. I would suggest that we now have a council that together, all of us, recognizes the need for a camp in some location. It's part of the Athena plan that we all supported. We have an organization, Nina, that has stepped forward, which is what we were seeking all along. I do not recognize their efforts. I think that they are really working hard to try to help us resolve this issue, and I appreciate all of them very much. I think we have the beginnings of a plan for management. We have the beginnings of resources and funding for this purpose. But we are, and I just think we're making good progress towards doing the right things as our community. But there are no simple solutions. And we clearly, as we saw after the last meeting, cannot push through an idea that is not well thought through and supported by the community. I was very concerned about the Elkview location at our last meeting. I expressed that concern, and I had requested that staff look at other options. So I'm encouraged to hear this update. I look forward to communicating with the county tomorrow. And in this regard, as one counselor, I would suggest that I am not interested in moving forward with the lease for the Elkview property. I do not think that that's the right location for our community. I am interested in looking at additional alternatives and pursuing those discussions. As Kevin has mentioned several different ideas, I am interested in pursuing those. But I as one counselor, am not interested in further advancement of the Elkview site for this purpose.
Well, maybe I'll just put a wrap on this. Again, we didn't ask for any particular action. It sounds like the interest is in having the conversation with the commissioners tomorrow. I will certainly do my best to continue that outreach as quickly as possible. And if I even have more information prior to the meeting tomorrow, I'm happy to share it. And let's see if we can move these things forward in a timely fashion. Nina is earnestly trying to make something happen, and whether it's on their standalone site for the population they are intending to serve, or to backstop what's already happening down at Purple Cliffs. I think there's both opportunities there that we can continue to work on. I think it's clear that community resources, through whether it's joint sales tax or others, will have to be part of this equation to assist in moving this forward. And let's have the conversations with the commissioners and see if we can hammer something out and keep moving forward. It is the middle of September, right?
Yeah. Thank you. Kevin, do you know when Nina needs a site in order not to lose its funding that it's already secured?
It's in all the documentation. I don't recall what that was. Typically, I will tell you though that if there's inertia towards a solution here, it's pretty unlikely they're going to have a hard deadline on those dollars that they've been offered. But I know that as soon as possible is what they want.
Thank you, and thank you. And I'd also like to just echo Councilor Baxter's comments to the, I think the work that Nina's done has been outstanding. And so my goal is to help get a site that we can begin to look at this model. And again, I understand the need for an appropriate site, but I also want to be able to work with Nina to make this a reality. And finally, my last question for you, just as it came up, is if this Bodo site worked, would you also then be recommending some kind of an emergency use for setting this up, or would it need to go through a similar land use development code analysis?
We would be faced with the same challenges if we went through the limited use permit process and a lease. The time is of the essence. It really would have to happen as part of an emergency ordinance and a very mobile temporary setup initially. And that would give Nina the time, if they chose whatever site it is, to then work through all of the engineering challenges and all the funding challenges for permanency, which I know that's their ultimate intent, is permanency, but I think they're comfortable with the idea of more of a mobile temporary scenario this winter. So it would be under that emergency ordinance approach, which again is only 60 days and it has to be renewed.
Just one more comment. I just want to suggest that I mean, I'm hearing from all counselors that I think we are all very supportive of Nina and their efforts and appreciative of it. You know, this, when we started dealing with this, when I first got on council for the first 2 years, I would suggest that Councillor Bettine was the one who kept saying, we need an organization just like Nina to step forward. They have, we appreciate it, and we all look forward to working with them.
Yeah, I think I need to echo that too, because I think Councilor Baxter started it, and I think that's so right that we, if any comments, I know some of them are probably still on this call listening in, and if any of our comments have been conveyed in a fashion that was not fully respectful of all the work that they've done, energies and efforts and volunteerism, and then that's unfortunate, because it's not intended by any stretch. And I just really feel grateful that group of people has stepped into that role, and very, very appreciative that they're giving us an opportunity to follow through with the plans that we've set in motion. So but it's such a thorny issue that I'm sure it can be misconstrued, because there's a lot of failure in it along the way. So we'll keep working on it.
Chris, we lost you there for a second. You muted out.
That was it. I think that was it.
That was a quick mute. Thanks. I'd echo that as well. And if there's anything I said that was less than laudatory for Nina, they are our partner and they will remain our partner. It's a huge resource to help manage this problem for the long term. So look forward to tomorrow's meeting. I don't know if there was any thought on providing any clarity, any decisions from council this evening relative to the lease. If we want to formalize a motion to instruct Dirk not to spend any more time on that at this point, or to wait for further instruction, or just leave it till after our conversation with the county tomorrow. Any discussion on that?
I don't have discussion on that, Dean, but I do notice that several people from NINA are still on the line. And I would like to ask that Kevin perhaps can also follow up with them in the morning to get their thoughts on this and give us a little more information on timeline issues, what might need, and decisions that they would need from us and by when, if we can instruct Kevin to also follow up with the NINA folks, because looks like about 5 or 6 of them are still on the line.
Excellent, great idea. And apologize for not inviting them into our conversation, but this item was not agendized as a public hearing, so I apologize in advance to those NINA folks that have spent the evening with us tonight. So with that,
I appreciate, I don't know if we necessarily need a motion. I would be happy to make one, as I suggested that I am not in favor of continuing with the Elkview site at this time, but I do want to continue to move forward with this project and this process, to be clear, but not at that location. So I am hoping that Dirk does not spend any more time on that, but we will be meeting tomorrow, and we will maybe, I'm not certain we need a motion, because we will hopefully have further discussion and potential action at that time.
Yeah. Excellent. Any other thoughts, any final thoughts on this issue from council? All right. Well, with that, let's move on to our wrap up. Item 12.2 was the assistant city manager, no longer the interim city manager, but the assistant city manager, Amber Blake, for the city update, please. And I understand, just to preface, Amber did you fall off your bike, or have not fall off your bike? Your bike ran into something without you? Or just
I did. I crashed my bike today. So yes, so sorry, I've been a little fidgety tonight.
Thanks for hanging in there with us.
Sure.
So
I just have a really quick, I don't really even have an update this evening, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the council for providing me with the opportunity to be or serve the community as the interim city manager for a little over 12 and a half months, or 11 and a half. I do still know how to count. So it was a pleasure. I would like to commend the community. The community never ceases to amaze me with the partnership, the cohesion, and then with the pandemic and social crises that we've been experiencing, really the resilience of the community to come together to, activate funding sources, partnerships, and, a safety net to help make sure that as many people in our community had backing and family, community around them to carry on during these really tough times. And I would finally like to thank the staff. I am humbled by our staff on a daily basis, their dedication, their service, and their support for moving forward this community to achieve council's goals and to do what's right for each and every one of our citizens and visitors. So thank you very much. And then finally, I would like to welcome Jose, our new city manager. I'm very excited to work with you. I know our staff is thrilled that you're here, and we look forward to the strategic plans, your leadership, and coalescing as a solid team to move this community forward. So welcome aboard, and we're happy to have you.
Jose, thanks for hanging in there with us, and look forward to seeing you next week in Durango. But Amber, thanks. I just want to say, who'd have thought we'd ended up in this situation during my term as mayor, and I want to thank you for your leadership and guidance in that extremely difficult position. You've been a shining star. You've unprecedented sort of events that have occurred in our community, and you really led us through admirably. So thank you so much. And you know, I think I speak for all of council for just we're glad to have you still with us, and look forward to your contribution to the community moving forward. So
Thank you.
With that, Jose, thank you. Appreciate it. And I hope you're still with us. I hope I do see you next week after all this discussion this evening. I hope we haven't scared you off. But we do have a really nice swim beach, so come on down.
Thank you all very much. Very good meeting, a lot of great discussion, and really appreciate the welcoming I have had with staff, and really getting to work with Amber. She's been amazing in helping with this transition and helping me out with just a lot of questions. And I know I'll still have some, and I'm really excited to get there to the 21st so I can actually be in Durango and officing out of the office, and really beginning to make more of those connections and meeting the community and engaging with them. So thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. Well, we have the item 13 is council reports and actions, and we insert some new business. And I know I had a couple items that Councilor Youssef wanted to start out with, and then entertain any other new business items from any other councilors that would like to speak in. So Councilor Youssef.
Thank you, Mayor Berkey. I appreciate it. I have several items that I wanted to bring up today that I had sent council emails on to alert them to the fact that I would be bringing it up. The first item I wanted to talk about was our Durango City Council working agreement. Thank you, Dirk, for finalizing those changes that we made together as a council during our retreat. I appreciate you putting that together, and I wanted to commend council for their hard work on coming to agreement on this draft city council working agreement during our study session, or excuse me, during our retreat. These outlined our rules of engagement, and they were the result of quite a bit of effort, time, and work together, arriving to this informal set of working agreements that we believe together are how we best operate in working for our community. So this is currently stated as a draft working agreement. We suggested during our retreat that we do not want to formally adopt this, that we do not consider that necessary, but I would like to see if there is support for council to remove the word draft and agree that this is what we agreed to as our rules of engagement to start with, as for this coming year. So I just wanted to start with that and just see if there's support to bring this full circle.
Yeah, I would support that.
I would as well. Simply take it out, make it an official document as opposed to a draft document.
Yeah, and I thought that's what we agreed to at the retreat. So yeah.
Great.
So to follow up on something that Melissa said earlier, not tonight, but at another meeting, I would agree that these would be our working documents, or working agreements. But Melissa, you mentioned that it would be for this council. So that would mean that in April of 2021, when a new council is installed, it would be up to them to decide if these were their working agreements or they wanted to change them. I would support that.
Great. I just say that because council, this is what we agreed to during our retreat, and every council will likely be different. So I'm glad that I think this could be a quick discussion. Like we said during our retreat, we don't want to formally adopt this, but we are agreeing as a group that we've done good work and we've arrived to this point. So thank you, guys. I think I can move on from there then. The second issue I wanted to bring up was my discussion in the last meeting. I talked about abstention of voting. I just wanted to bring this topic up again because in the last meeting, I had mentioned our charter suggests that it only records A's and nays in the voting. I was referred to our code of conduct, which does suggest that we can abstain from voting. Upon further review from me, it appears that clarification is when in instances of conflict of interest, and that conflict of interest should be stated clearly, likely preferably before the discussion occurs. And then when the counselors abstain from voting, they should be very clear in their reasons for abstaining. So I just wanted to bring this to the attention of council one more time. If we need to bring this up in a topic of a study session and agendaize it, I'm happy to do that. But it's something that I've seen take place twice now. So I wanted to bring that up for discussion to see how we might follow through.
Yeah, I hear you, Melissa, and we've had a couple emails back and forth about this. And I don't believe that the charter intended that only ayes and nays could be voted. It doesn't say you cannot abstain. So I'm not certain there's clarity there. And additionally, we also, the code of conduct or the charter actually refers to the fact that the rules for procedures will be Robert's Rules of Order unless they conflict with the charter or the code. So I think that being able to abstain from a vote is standard procedure and that it is allowed for in our code of conduct and our charter.
Other counselor thoughts?
Yeah, actually, Melissa, I thank you. I went back and looked at it too, and I thought my understanding is the writers of the charter couldn't think of every possible situation. So I took it the Robert's Rules of Orders would be the prevailing way to handle things, which does allow for it. I went back again and read when you might choose to abstain different from a conflict of interest. And so I took it as they offered one example, but didn't envision all possibilities.
Chris,
can you weigh in on that, or?
Yeah.
What was that, Chris? I didn't get that.
I was just wondering if Dirk could weigh in on it. I don't really understand the abstain vote when you don't have a conflict of interest. Maybe somebody can explain that to me.
Well, and also I would just suggest, we are in new business, so I don't want to get into the topic where we're resolving this issue here. I just want to bring up, and if there's not council agreement on it, I think it might be an issue that we want to bring forward so we can have council discussion and agreement as to potentially, as Councillor Noseworthy is suggesting, when abstaining is appropriate, for what reasons, and how we go about that for all of us. If that's going to be something we are doing more regularly, I'd like clarification on that, because I've been in the situation myself where it's very difficult decisions we have to make. So I want that clarity as a group, and I want to be in agreement on that, and don't want to necessarily solve it today, but I want to talk about how we might go about solving that.
That's a good point. Let me restate what I was saying. I would love to have that conversation. I think I am for having that conversation where we can illuminate why an abstain would be a vote or not.
I would concur, and maybe we can bring this forward in our next study session, just to have a 5-minute summary of that, and or we'll see if we can fit it on the agenda. If not, it'll just be an update from Dirk, and if not, if it takes longer to discuss, then we will continue it for further discussion. But yeah, I mean, it's decisions are hard, and so if there's good rationale for not weighing in on a decision, then great. If it's just politically convenient not to make a decision, then that's not what we get elected to do. So I would like to hear the specific rationale around abstentions. So you get one more item?
Yep, I do. I actually have just 2 more quick ones. SALT FAB, Strategy and Long-Term Finance Committee, I need action from council. At our last meeting,
we just had a crash of some sort here, so I'm going to mute.
I think we lost Melissa completely. I think she got bumped out.
Okay, let's get back to Melissa and entertain other.
I have a quick item, if I may. Back in August 12th, I asked under new business at a study session if we could talk about the Southwest Health Alliance, the group that's trying to come up with alternative healthcare plans. This is driven by Local First. I asked if we could have a study session on it, and I haven't seen anything. And so I'd actually like to see that a lot sooner than I learn about abstention, because I think what I mentioned in my email to all of council was that, other cities were able to join with this previous group, have their similar healthcare plan and save significant amount of money. So I'd like to know prior to the budget session, what's going on with this Southwest Health Alliance, what our options might be, because I know the time frame is a January 2021 discussion.
Too, and Barbara, I was at a chamber board meeting this morning and heard a presentation from one of the members there, and they're kind of on the cusp of some, I think, worthy news to share with council, but not quite. So maybe we can have somebody from staff reach out and see what the timing would be for them that would be most impactful to bring that to council, because I think they're pretty close to having something really exciting to tell us.
That's great to hear. I know that we need to think about it for not only how it impacts our employees, but what is our responsibility to the community also for going in with this, so that other small businesses can provide health insurance to their employees. So if we've got something newsworthy, great. But I also want to make certain we're thinking about it as we think about our budget and factoring that into the discussion.
I would be totally supportive of that. And if we can reach out and find out what I think the timing is their timing to come back and make a new pitch to us and update us on that new possibilities and what they've been doing over the past months. So let's look, Amber, if we could look at our agenda to make that happen. And that's one more thing to verse Jose on as to who those people are and what they do and what advantages they might bring to our community. And Barbara, did you have any other items as well? Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Melissa, we lost you there, and
yeah.
And back, and you had one more item, as I recall.
Sorry, thank you. I have no idea what happened. I sincerely apologize. So for the Strategy and Long-Term Finance Committee, they need action from council. And number one, they would like us to consider approving the recommendation that they set forth, setting a goal with a specific policy mechanism for accruing a 25% reserve balance for the general fund, including Tabor, by 2025. And so I'm wondering if there's, number one, support from council to put that on the agenda for official adoption at a hopefully very near at our next meeting, if possible.
I'm not certain that we should do that without Jose's being aware of it and involved in the conversation, because the budget will be creating those reserves and he'll be responsible for presenting us with the budget, and to understand the rationale that the Strategy and Long-Term Finance Committee used to make that recommendation, which I don't understand because they actually didn't give us their rationale for it. They just kind of gave us a number. So I think there's actually a much bigger discussion needed, and I think Jose's participation would be imperative in order for this to be successful in the first place.
Very, very good point. So I am just agreed to a meeting with Jose and Devin and Amber to bring Jose up to speed on the Strategy and Long-Term Finance Committee next Monday, which is great. So we will do that. And we can postpone action on this recommendation from Strategy and Long-Term Finance Committee. I can convey your concern that we hold off. They also did want to see if there was council support to also direct staff to begin drafting a reserve policy, much like they have been reviewing for other communities that Amber has so kindly provided in our agenda packets for their review. And they're anxious to see staff kind of move forward in setting some of those reserve policies. They would like to have those draft reserve policies go back to them for review so that they could recommend provide their input on those as well. And then they also wanted to see if there was council support for them to review the other funds for the city of Durango and make reserve policy recommendations to council on those other funds as well. So there was lots of feedback that they wanted, so I needed to reach out to you guys.
Melissa, thank you for that. First of all, I also think I'd like to give Jose a little bit more time in thinking through this. But one thing I would like to follow up with the Strategy and Long-Term Finance Committee is that they helped us think through the draft CIP policy. And I know I still have some issues around it, and I know Councilor Baxter raised it about being able to allocate funds, and there was some discussion around the charter. But in that regard, I would like to see us move fairly soon with Jose's involvement, to provide that feedback and eventually work to adopt the CIP policy with a few, maybe last final revisions.
So
that is something they did help us with, and I appreciate that.
And they did provide a recommendation, a written recommendation on that as well. And so we could bring that forward for council review, and if council's desirous of that. I think they're very interested in seeing us follow up on their recommendations. I think that they feel, in the case of the CIP policy, that they have reviewed that, and they have provided us our recommendations. Same with, and back to the reserve policy, you know, their stance on that is we asked them to look at that. They provided a recommendation, and so they want to see follow through on our part at some point. I can absolutely go back to them and say, pause for a second, because we have a new city manager on board. We need to get him up to speed. And maybe we take another month to do that, if council would like that course of action.
I see Amber wanting to weigh in as well on this. Thank you, Melissa. Amber?
If I remember correctly, the recommendation from the SILTFAB related to the reserve balance policy identified 4 or 5 specific questions for the council. And my understanding was that the SILTFAB was hoping council could have discussion related to those items and then provide direction back to the SILTFAB through Councilor Youssef after discussion at a potential study session. And then this was specifically on general fund reserve balance. It didn't include anything other than the general fund reserve balance. However, there are a number of the policies that are much more broad that would be future discussions, and that was how the board left it.
That's correct, except for you were not at the meeting last night. Yeah. And we discussed this exact issue, and you're right, there are 4 issues that they wanted to address in regards to the general fund reserve balance, which is what is included in the 25% general fund reserve balance, when and how will we start accumulating that balance? And that was a big point of the conversation yesterday for the meeting, when to draw down that reserve balance and what those actual numbers are. What I told them, because they really only meet for 2 hours a month, they don't have time to develop this policy. So we have 2 ways where we could proceed as a council right now. We could either set a study session where we talk about those issues and we provide recommendations to council or to staff so that they could proceed forward with the draft recommendation, or staff could provide a draft recommendation to us and to the SALT-FAB, and it could be reviewed in that way. Or we can pause and let, you know, I'm open to suggestions. I just felt really a strong need to get back to them on this issue because they move quickly, and they wanted to know how council stood.
I think that's helpful. I think that maybe the other 4 counselors were not at that meeting last night. And so what the last thing that they had seen was the 4 questions that were posed to council from the board. So I just wanted to clarify that
yeah.
There were 2 different pieces. I saw some confused looks, and that's why I raised my hand.
Well, just to clarify though, in their recommendation, what those 4 items they were suggesting that they wanted those items included in the policy. So what we're talking about now is who's creating that policy. Do we give staff direction on that policy, or does staff create that policy and bring it forward to us to review? You know, but
is that on your study session agenda when we review SILTFAB and IAB next week?
I don't know. That's my second issue. My next question on this. What is the purpose of that meeting next week, and what are we doing? So that was my follow-up to this.
I don't think it was. It was more related to the purpose of salt fab, but I think it can be expanded to address that. And it'll give Jose a little bit of time to understand it. And I personally, I mean, we challenged them to come up with solutions in all four of those categories. So why wouldn't we allow them to continue and create those? The intent was to take their expertise, blend that with staff's expertise, and now less staff and more new city manager input, I believe. But I don't see any reason why we wouldn't challenge them to continue to give us input in all four of those sectors. So, but.
And I would just add that I believe their reserve recommendations were less than what I heard Jose say in his interview, which was somewhere around 27 to 32, and we were looking at 25 and in 25. So I'd like to hear from Jose as part of the budget what we might be starting to look at and get some thoughts from him. And I recognize their hard work. I think we're at a timing issue where I don't think the world would necessarily come to an end if we put some thought to it and got back with them on specific things, perhaps in time for their next meeting. Well, any time, not just the Friday before, but in a few weeks, and so that they could prepare for the next monthly meeting.
I don't disagree with that, Barbara, but you know, the challenge that we gave them was where does it come from? How do we build that reserve? So the quantity of the reserve, it comes to directly as a result of the identified sources of building that reserve. So it's, you know, that's what I want to hear, not what the number is. It was how do we get there? So I think that would be most appropriate for this committee to at least outline for us possible opportunities for how you build the reserve, no matter what the number is. And I'd like to have 50%. No problem. Can we get there? Probably not in Durango, Colorado. So what's realistic? And I think that's what we need to look at. And how do we get there is the big challenge that we've given to that committee. So
if I can, sorry, Mayor, I just kind of wanted to put a little bit of context, especially on the fund balance positioning when I talked about the 27 to 32%, where the municipalities that I've come from, the charter actually requires at least a 25% requirement of a general fund reserve. And we've taken that and actually put those into some of our all of our enterprise funds. So 25% has always been a target that I've been comfortable with and that I've been used to. So when we looked at 25%, when I was basing that 27 to 32% is usually when we met with the bond rating agencies, knowing that 25% was our bare minimum, they always like to make sure that we had a little bit of cushion above that 25%, but not too much to where we were just hoarding money in, but that we're able to make some one-time expenditures that we would go through when it would start getting to be above 27 to 32%. Now, kind of looking at where we are today in regards to just hearing some of the conversation in that board meeting yesterday, you know, 25% is what I always would just look at as, you know, is a great place to be if you can get there. And obviously it's going to take a plan. Obviously it's going to take some time to figure out how do we get there? How do we provide that financial cushion? When you look at 25%, that's 3 months of having good reserve operating funds. And I think that's a really good target to hit to, but obviously everybody's financial conditions are different, and we have to take a look into that and work together with the board, work together with the council in putting up a sound financial strategy to get to whatever that number that we can all agree with that we need to be in. Some of the things that I would like to see just kind of putting in there is looking at financial policies that we can adopt, that the staff kind of has what you would call boundaries of knowing where we want to be every time we do budgets. What is those council's goals and expectations when we come through? So there's a lot of good conversation. I think that I appreciate having maybe a little bit of a pause so that I can familiarize myself and then maybe bring in some of the things that I've been able to work with and kind of see what we can do to meld and see where we can come to some agreements where everyone can be comfortable with and become on board.
Great. Okay, so just to expedite this conversation, what I'm hearing then is we're just going to pause for a while. We're meeting. I'll be meeting with staff as the council, as the Salt Fab liaison next Monday. We'll continue this discussion. I'll report back to the committee and the board on this topic that we had, and we'll see where we go. I don't want to take too much time, but this is a tough one. I'm feeling like we don't have total unanimous consent here on how to move forward, but we'll keep digging perhaps.
Councilor Youssef, would it be good to have Jose introduce him to that astute group of folks that we've collected as the Salt Fab Committee?
Yes.
I think that would be a start. And
he met them at our meeting. He was at our meeting on Monday.
Okay, great.
But we will continue these conversations and we'll keep moving forward. What's evident to me though is that we do need to put this as a study session calendar item at some point in the very near future, because if they're bringing forth recommendations to council, we have to have the opportunity to review those, vet those, and agree or not. So maybe that's an item that we could possibly do in October.
Well,
with the whole discussion and input from staff.
And if we could get an update during our session on Tuesday, a week from today, as a result of the meeting that they are having on Monday, that would be helpful to their response initially.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, and then the last one was just exactly what we're talking about, which is what are we trying to accomplish with our study session next week with regards to the advisory boards and commissions, and also item number 2, the Infrastructure Advisory Board and the Strategy and Long-Term Finance Committee. In the same vein, I was just trying to clarify that.
Good question. It was resulting from that concept that was brought forth that we should assign 3 items to each board and commission I will be reporting on several of the board chairs that really don't think they need that assignment relatively, but what is the purpose and how can that both, how can we utilize all the boards and commissions to the best advantage of the city and engage them in the most robust way. And so that's, relative to Salt Fab, I think that may be a question for them to say how we can use them, how council can best utilize their services moving forward. So
I'd like to jump in, Dean. Also, I agree. I thought our intent was for those 2 in particular, was to come up with the 3 big ticket items we really want them to think about in the coming year. So, but I also thought that part of the discussion was to go through the document that we submitted in early January, the working group on the advisory boards, which had the different 19 items for us to think about as we work with the advisory board. So I thought we were going to work through that document, which still we haven't really addressed due to many other competing needs.
I agree, Barbara, and I think that is our starting point. So let's I think hopefully that'll be in our staff packet. And I see Amy. Well, just to follow up, I think that is our starting point, Barbara. Absolutely, to recognize the work that you and Kim did with those groups and what you found, and bring that back to the forefront. Ms. Phillips, you had an idea?
I just had one question regarding the study session next week. We also have an executive session that y'all are wanting to do for evaluation. Is that going to be prior to the study session or after the study session? Karen Pease asked me to find that out if we were able to answer that tonight.
Good question. And I'm going to ask Councilor Baxter if that was the intent to actually, we're all waiting that we will have.
Looking for my page that shows that are, okay. So September 22nd was the tentative executive session date that we set when we all discussed it. And I sent out the email with the tentative schedule. So that would be the council discussion of our evaluations and compilations and presenting a unified voice for the discussion with Amber. That was what we originally had discussed.
Correct. And would y'all, because it's going to go into an executive session, would that be a special meeting prior to the study session or after the study session?
I think in a previous conversation about starting earlier, we all tried to agree to start at 4. and then have to go later if necessary. I mean, I can work either, but I think that's what we had decided in the past for different people's work schedules.
That is right. Yeah.
That's what I agree to. And so to answer your question, Amy, I believe after 4 to 6, and then shortly, and then we have a special meeting, and then. But the second question would be, Kim, do you think is that realistic or urgent at this point? Should we try to tack it on to the study session for the next week, or should we defer for another 2 weeks, perhaps? Whatever.
It's actually both. It's doable. The only person I didn't hear back from was Chris about whether or not he'd received the evaluation. Did you get that? You did? Yeah. So those are due to me tomorrow on the 16th for our schedule. So is there anybody who's going to have a challenge meeting that?
I'm on question 83.
Okay, good. Then you'll be fine.
I sent mine.
Okay, great. And then I'm getting Amber's response by the 19th, so I can add that information into the mix. So I'm on schedule, and so that works for me. I think it's important that we do this as soon as possible so that Amber has that information.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, Amy, thanks for the question, and thanks for the reminder, actually, quite honestly. So appreciate it. So we had comments from Melissa, comments from Barbara. Kim, do you have any other thoughts for this evening?
No, thank you very much. This has been a really, someone said a very full-packed meeting, and they're absolutely right, but we've learned a lot of good things. So I'm looking forward to our meeting tomorrow with the county commissioners.
Absolutely. Chris, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I do have one, unfortunately, for you. I just wanted to remind everyone and perhaps ask staff what the best pathway would be. That you saw the letter written by the Parks and Rec Board in your packet from the city manager this week, asking us to consider trying to set the record straight in the community relative to, what happened with the attempt to acquire the property for an underpass. And I just wanted to bring it up so that we could schedule, if we're interested in doing that, some time to discuss it and or maybe get a recommendation from staff on how to proceed. At that meeting, Kathy Metz actually said perhaps it's something that staff can sort of create the narrative about, and we can decide what format that goes into, whether it's an op-ed from the mayor or just something that's sent to the paper or published on our website, whatever it is.
Thanks for that thought. I think I would certainly open it up for that opportunity for comment from the mayor relative to the real estate transaction that was a failed transaction on the 32nd Street property. And Amber, thanks for coming back. I don't know what your thoughts might be on that relative to the staff's position.
I think that if council is amenable to the recommendation of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, we'll work with Kathy and Jose and bring him up to speed one, because I think that that's critical. And then we can have a draft letter in whatever format that council deems appropriate.
Yeah, I would just make the pitch that, I kind of went into the meeting and said, I don't know. I didn't have an opinion at the time, or whether I didn't appreciate the way that article was describing the situation, because I didn't think it was factually very accurate compared to the efforts that were made by the city to acquire that. But obviously I have to be careful relative to the executive session issues there, and not wanting to, take a private citizen and engage them about that circumstance. But at the same time, the Parks and Rec Board felt very strongly that this is an optics issue that has a long history in the community, and that people in the community feel that, the council hasn't done enough there, and they want to set that record straight and make sure that people do understand, at least we give them a chance to understand, that that story probably wasn't quite accurate.
Thanks, Chris, and thanks for the board, Parks and Rec Board, for recognizing that as equally courageous. Thinking it was as egregious as certainly I did as represented in the paper. So but thanks for that. Let's follow up with that and see what appropriate action might be proposed by the city moving forward. So,
Can I just add that in my own experience, when I felt that the paper didn't really cover our discussion with the mask ordinance back in May fully, I didn't feel that it covered all of the serious consideration we gave to implementing that. You know, I had a conversation with the reporter and it went quite well. And they actually just through one conversation said, okay, you know, I see your point, and they clarified things within the article. So in my own experience, it was a conversation that said, I don't think you quite captured all the nuances of this. And that seemed to go for me, my experience was, and I think it, you know, I was quoted in it, so I wasn't didn't quite capture, but I also didn't think it represented all of what the council, how we all thought about the mask situation. So I can just offer that sometimes a conversation might be a good first start.
well, and I take the direction of the Parks and Rec Board too. If it's a statement that they want to make, I think they're free to make that statement on behalf of the city as well. That's what I was kind of relatively hoping for, was that they were actually going to draft something, but I think it is appropriate, all the nuances that we all work it out together. So I'll follow up with staff tomorrow, and we'll see what direction it might take. And thanks for that, Chris. Any other comments? Well, it's only 10:38, so we got plenty of time if there was any other comments, but I see Amber's eyes dropping. I think her painkillers are starting to set in, so I think we ought to let her get some sleep. And Jose is an hour ahead of us, so he needs to get some sleep because he's on our payroll. And thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. And those of you that are out there, thanks for hanging in to this late hour, and I hereby adjourn this meeting. Thank you so much.